trust in WITS and real estate investment trust REITs, and institutions like NIIF and NABFID. We shall continue to focus on developing infrastructure in cities with over 5 lakh population, that is tier 2, tier 3 cities, which have expanded to become growth centers. Public capital expenditure has increased manifold from 2 lakh crore in 2014-15 to an allocation of 11.2 lakh crore in BE 25-26. In this coming year, that is financial year 2026-27, I propose to increase it to 12.2 lakh crores to continue the momentum. To strengthen the confidence of private developers regarding risks during infrastructure development and construction phase, I propose to set up an infrastructure risk guarantee fund to provide prudentially calibrated partial credit guarantee to lenders. Over the years, REITs have emerged as a successful instrument for asset monetization. I propose to accelerate recycling of significant real estate assets of the CPSEs through the setting up of dedicated REITs. To promote environmentally sustainable movement of cargo, I propose to 1. Establish new dedicated freight corridors connecting Dankuni in the east to Surat in the west. Operationalize 20 new national waterways over the next 5 years, starting with National Waterways 5 in Orissa to connect mineral-rich areas of Talcher and Angul and industrial centers like Kalinga Nagar to the ports of Paradip and Dhamra. Training institutes will be set up as regional centers of excellence for development of required manpower for these waterways. This will benefit youth in the entire stretch of the waterways to train and acquire skills. Further, a ship repair ecosystem catering to inland waterways will also be set up at Varanasi and Patna. And C. Launch a coastal cargo promotion scheme for incentivizing a modal shift from rail to road to increase the share of inland waterways and coastal shipping from 6% to 12% by 2047. To enhance last mile and remote connectivity and promote tourism, I propose to give incentives to indigenize manufacturing of seaplanes. A seaplane VGF scheme will be also introduced to provide support for operations. Carbon capture, utilization and storage. Aligning with the roadmap launched in December 2025, the carbon capture, utilization and storage technologies at scale will achieve higher readiness and in end-use application across 5 industrial sectors, including power, steel, cement, refineries and chemicals. An outlay of 20,000 crore is proposed over the next 5 years for this purpose. City economic regions. Cities are India's engines of growth, innovation and opportunities. We shall now focus on tier 2, tier 3 cities and even temple towns which need modern infrastructure and basic amenities. This budget aims to further amplify the potential of cities to deliver the economic power of agglomerations by mapping city economic regions based on their specific growth drivers. An allocation of 5,000 crore per CER over 5 years is proposed for implementing their plans through a challenge mode with a reform cum result based financing mechanism. In order to promote environmentally sustainable passenger systems, we will develop 7 high-speed rail corridors between cities as growth connectors, namely Mumbai to Pune, Pune to Hyderabad, Hyderabad to Bengaluru, Hyderabad to Chennai, Chennai to Bengaluru, Delhi to Varanasi, Varanasi to Siliguri. Financial sector. The Indian banking sector today is characterized by strong balance sheet, historic highs in profitability, improved asset quality, and coverage exceeding 98% of villages in the country. At this juncture, we are well placed to futuristically evaluate the measures needed to continue on the path of reform-led growth of this sector. I propose setting up a high-level committee on banking for Vikasit Bharat. High-level committee on banking for Vikasit Bharat to comprehensively review the sector and align it with India's next phase of growth, while safeguarding financial stability, inclusion, and consumer protection. The vision for NBFCs for Vikasit Bharat has been outlined with clear targets for credit disbursement and technology adoption in order to achieve scale and improve efficiency in the public sector NBFCs. As a first step, it is proposed to restructure the Power Finance Corporation and Rural Electrification Corporation. I propose a comprehensive review of the foreign exchange management non-debt instruments rules to create a more contemporary, user-friendly framework for foreign investments consistent with India's evolving economic priorities. Corporate bond market. I propose to introduce a market-making framework with suitable access to funds and derivatives on corporate bond indices. I also propose to introduce total return swaps on corporate bonds. Municipal bonds. To encourage the issuance of municipal bonds of higher value by larger cities, I propose an incentive of 100 crore rupees for a single bond issuance. 100 crore rupees for a single bond issuance of more than 1,000 crore. The current scheme under Amrit which incentivizes issuances up to 200 crores only, will also continue to support smaller and medium towns. That will also continue to support the smaller and medium towns. Ease of doing business. Individual persons resident outside India, PROI, will be permitted to invest in equity instruments of listed Indian companies through the Portfolio Investment Scheme. It is also proposed to increase the investment limit for an individual PROI under the scheme from 5% to 10%, with overall investment limit for all individual PROIs to 24% from the current 10%. Emerging technologies including AI. 21st century is technology driven. Adoption of technology is for the benefit of all people. Farmers in the field, women in STEM, youth keen to upskill, and Divyang to access newer opportunities. The government has taken several steps to support new technologies through AI Mission, National Quantum Mission, Anusandhan National Research Fund, and Research and Development and Innovation Fund. Our second kartavya is to fulfill aspirations and build capacities. Close to 25 crore individuals have come out of multi-dimensional poverty through a decade of our government's sustained and reform-oriented efforts. Our government has therefore decided to place a renewed emphasis on the service sector to provide a pathway to fulfilling aspirations of a youthful India with the following measures. I propose to set up a high-powered education to employment and enterprises standing committee to recommend measures that focus on services sector as a core driver of Vikasit Bharat. This will make us a global leader in services with a 10% global share by 2047. The committee will prioritize areas to optimize the potential for growth, employment and exports. They will also assess the impact of emerging technologies, including AI, on jobs and skill requirements and propose measures thereof. To create a range of skilled career pathways, a new range of skilled career pathways for our youth, I propose interventions in the following sectors. Health. Existing institutions for allied health professionals will be upgraded and new AHP institutions established in private and government sectors. This will cover 10 selected disciplines including optometry, radiology, anesthesia, OT technology, applied psychology and behavioral health, and add 1 lakh AHPs over the next 5 years. A strong care system covering geriatric and allied care services will be built. A variety of NSQF aligned programs will be developed to train multi-skilled caregivers, combining core care and allied skills such as wellness, yoga and operation of medical assistive devices. In the coming year, 1.5 lakh caregivers will be trained. Hubs for medical value tourism. To promote India as a hub for medical tourism services, I propose to launch a scheme to support states in establishing 5 regional medical hubs in partnership with the private sector. These hubs will serve as integrated healthcare complexes that combine medical, educational and research facilities. They will have Ayush centers, medical value tourism facilitation centers and infrastructure for diagnostics, post-care and rehabilitation. These hubs will provide diverse opportunities, job opportunities for health professionals, including doctors and AHPs. Ancient Indian yoga, already respected in several parts of the world, was given a mass global recognition when Honorable Prime Minister took it to the UN. Post-COVID, Ayurveda gained a similar global acceptance and recognition. Exporting quality Ayurveda products helps farmers who grow the herbs and youth who process the products. To meet growing global demand, a few more steps are being taken. I propose to 1. Set up 3 new All India Institutes of Ayurveda. 2. Upgrade Ayush pharmacies and drug testing labs for higher standards of certification ecosystem and make available more skilled personnel. 3. Upgrade the WHO Global Traditional Medicine Center in Jamnagar to bolster evidence-based research, training and awareness for traditional medicine. Animal husbandry. Livestock contributes to close to 16% of farm income, including of poor and marginal households. To scale up availability of veterinary professionals by more than 20,000, I propose to roll out a loan-linked capital subsidy support scheme for establishment of veterinary and para-veterinary colleges, veterinary hospitals, diagnostic laboratories, and breeding facilities in private sector. Collaboration between Indian and foreign institutions will also be facilitated. Orange economy. India's animation, visual effects, gaming and comics sector, AVGC sector, is a growing industry projected to require 2 million professionals by 2030. I propose to support the Indian Institute of Creative Technologies, Mumbai, in setting up AVGC content creator labs in 15,000 secondary schools all over the country and 500 colleges. The Indian design industry is expanding rapidly, and yet there is a shortage of Indian designers. I propose to establish, through Challenge Route, a new National Institute of Design to boost design education and development in the eastern region of India. Education. Our government will support states through Challenge Route in creating 5 university townships in the vicinity of major industrial and logistics corridors. These planned academic zones will host multiple universities, colleges and research institutions, skill centers and residential complexes. In higher education, STEM institutions, prolonged hours of study and laboratory work pose some challenges for girl students. Through VGF, Viability Gap Funding and capital support, one girls' hostel will be established in every district. To promote astrophysics and astronomy via immersive experiences, 4 telescope infrastructure facilities will be set up or upgraded. The National Large Solar Telescope, the National Large Optical Infrared Telescope, the Himalayan Chandra Telescope and the Cosmos 2 Planetarium. Tourism. The tourism sector has the potential to play a large role in the employment generation, forex earnings and expanding the local economy. I propose to set up a National Institute of Hospitality by upgrading the existing National Council for Hotel Management and Catering Technology. It will function as a bridge between academia, industry and government. I also propose a pilot scheme for upskilling 10,000 guides in 20 iconic tourist sites through a standardized, high-quality 12-week training course in hybrid mode in collaboration with the Indian Institute of Management. A national destination digital knowledge grid will be established to digitally document all places of significance, cultural, spiritual and heritage. This initiative will create a new ecosystem of jobs for local researchers, historians, content creators and technology partners. India has the potential and opportunity to offer world-class trekking and hiking experience. We will develop ecologically sustainable mountain trails in Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand and Jammu Kashmir. Also in Araku Valley in the Eastern Ghats and Podigai Malai in the Western Ghats. Turtle trails along key nesting sites in the coastal areas of Odisha, Karnataka and Kerala. And 3. Bird watching trails along the Pulikat Lake in Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu. It's on the border. Under the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, we established the International Big Cat Alliance in 2024. This year, India is hosting the first ever Global Big Cat Summit, where heads of governments and ministers from 95 range countries will deliberate on collective strategies for conservation. Heritage and culture tourism. I propose to develop 15 archaeological sites, including Lothal, Dolavira, Rakhi-Gadi, Adichanallur, Saranath, Hastinapur and Leh Palace into vibrant experiential cultural destinations. Excavated landscapes will be open to the public through curated walkways. Immersive storytelling skills and technologies will be introduced to help conservation labs, interpretation centers and guides. The sports sector provides multiple means of employment, skilling and job opportunities. Taking forward the systematic nurturing of sports talent which is set in motion through the Khelo India program earlier, I propose to launch a Khelo India mission to transform the sports sector over the next decade. The mission will facilitate an integrated talent development pathway supported by training centers which are foundational, intermediate and elite levels. B. Systematic development of coaches and support staff. C. Integration of sports science and technology. D. Competitions and leagues to promote sports culture and provide platforms. And E. Development of sports infrastructure for training and competition. Our third Kartavya aligns with our vision of Sabka Saath Sabka Vikas towards Vikasit Bharat. This requires targeted efforts for 1. Increasing farmer incomes through productivity enhancement and entrepreneurship, with special attention to small and marginal farmers. B. Empowering Divyang Jan through access to livelihood opportunities, training and high quality assistive devices. C. Empowering the vulnerable to access mental health and trauma care. D. Focus on the Purvodaya states and the Northeast region to accelerate development and employment opportunities. Fisheries. We will undertake initiatives for integrated development of 500 reservoirs and Amrit Sarovars. 2. Strengthen the fisheries value chain in coastal areas and enable market linkages involving startups and women-led groups together with fish farmer producer organizations. Animal husbandry. To provide quality employment opportunities in rural and peri-urban areas, we will support the animal husbandry sector in entrepreneurship development through A. A credit-linked subsidy program. B. Scaling up and modernization of livestock enterprises. C. Enhanced creation of livestock, dairy and poultry. Enhanced creation of livestock, dairy and poultry focused integrated value chains. And D. Encourage creation of livestock farmer producer organizations. High value agriculture. To diversify farm outputs, increase productivity, enhance farmers' incomes and create new employment opportunities, we will support high value crops such as coconut, sandalwood, cocoa, cashew, in the coastal areas, agar trees in northeast, and nuts such as almonds, walnuts and pine nuts in our hilly regions. These, all of them, will be supported. India is the world's largest producer of coconuts. About 30 million people, including nearly 10 million farmers, depend on coconuts for their livelihood. To further enhance competitiveness in coconut production, I propose a coconut promotion scheme to increase production and enhance productivity through various interventions, including replacing and non-productive trees with new saplings or plants or varieties in major coconut growing states. A dedicated program is proposed for Indian cashew and cocoa to make India self-reliant in raw cashew and coconut production and processing, enhance export competitiveness, and transform Indian cashew and Indian cocoa into premium global brands by 2030. Sandalwood. Sandalwood is closely linked to India's social and cultural heritage. Our government will partner with state governments to promote focused cultivation and post-harvest processing to restore the glory of the Indian sandalwood ecosystem, to rejuvenate old, low-yielding orchards and expand high-density cultivation of walnuts, almonds and pine nuts. We will support a dedicated program to enhance farmer incomes and in bringing value addition by engaging youth. Bharat Vistar, that is virtually integrated system to access agricultural resources. I propose to launch Bharat Vistar, a multilingual AI tool that shall integrate the AgriStack portals and the ICAR package on agricultural practices with AI systems. This will enhance farm productivity, enable better decisions for farmers, and reduce risk by providing customized advisory support. She Marts for rural women-led enterprises. Building on the success of Lakpati Didi program, I propose to help women take the next step from credit-linked livelihoods to being owners of enterprises. Self-help entrepreneur, She Marts will be set up as community-owned retail outlets within the cluster-level federations through enhanced and innovative financing instruments. Empowering Divyangjan. Divyangjan Kaushal Yojana. Information technology, AVGC sectors, hospitality and food and beverages sectors often offer task-oriented and process-driven roles which are suitable for Divyangjan. We will ensure dignified livelihood opportunities through industry-relevant and customized training specific to each Divyangjan group. Divyang Sahara Yojana. Timely access to high-quality assistive devices for all eligible Divyangjan is a fundamental need. I propose to 1. Support the Artificial Limbs Manufacturing Corporation of India, ALIMCO, to set up and to scale up production of assistive devices, invest in R&D and AI integration, strengthen PM Divyasha Kendras, and support setting up of assistive technology marts as modern retail style centers where Divyangjan and senior citizens can see, try and purchase assistive products. Reaffirming our commitment to mental health and trauma care. There are no national institutes for mental health care in North India. We will therefore set up a NIMHANS 2 and also upgrade national mental health institutes in Ranchi and in Tezpur as regional apex institutions. Emergencies expose families, particularly the poor and vulnerable, to unexpected expenditure. We will strengthen and increase these capacities by 50% in district hospitals by establishing emergency and trauma care centers. On Purvodaya states and northeastern regions. Purvodaya, I propose the development of an integrated East Coast industrial corridor with a well-connected node at Durgapur, creation of 5 tourism destinations in 5 Purvodaya states, and the provision of 4,000 e-buses. Buddhist sites in northeastern region. The northeastern region is a civilizational confluence of Theravada and Mahayana or Vajrayana traditions. I propose to launch a scheme for development of Buddhist circuits in Arunachal Pradesh, Sikkim, Assam, Manipur, Mizoram and Tripura. The scheme will cover preservation of temples and monasteries, pilgrimage interpretation centers, connectivity and pilgrim amenities. 16th Finance Commission. On 17th November 2025, the 16th Finance Commission submitted its report to the President. As mandated under Article 281 of the Constitution, the government is to lay the report along with the explanatory memorandum on the action taken report on the recommendations of the Commission in Parliament, which, Sir, Honourable Speaker, you have allowed me to do at the commencement of this session. The government has accepted the recommendation of the Commission to retain the vertical share of devolution at 41%. As recommended by the Commission, I have provided 1.4 lakh crores of rupees to the states for the year 2026-2027 as Finance Commission grants. These include rural and urban local body and disaster management grants. Fiscal consolidation. Government has been delivering on our fiscal commitments consistently without compromising on social needs. To strive towards accepted standards of fiscal management in Budget 25-26, I had indicated that the central government would target reaching a debt to GDP ratio of 50 plus or minus 1% by 2030-31. In line with this, the debt to GDP ratio is estimated to be 55.6% of GDP in BE 26-27. compared to 56.1% of GDP in RE 25-26. A declining debt to GDP ratio will gradually free up resources for priority sector lending and expenditure by reducing the outgo on interest payments. One of the main operational instruments for debt targeting is the fiscal deficit. I am happy to inform this august House that I fulfilled my commitment made in 2021-2022 to reduce fiscal deficit below 4.5% of GDP by 25-26. In RE 25-26, the fiscal deficit has been estimated at par with BE of 2025-26 at 4.4% of GDP. In line with the new fiscal prudence path of debt consolidation, the fiscal deficit in BE 26-27 is estimated to be 4.3% of the GDP. The revised estimates of the non-debt receipts are 34 lakh crore rupees, of which the centre's net tax receipts are 26.7 lakh crore. The revised estimate of the total expenditure is 49.6 lakh crore rupees, of which the capital expenditure is about 11 lakh crores. Budget estimates 2026 to 2027. Coming to 26-27, the non-debt receipts and the total expenditure are estimated as 36.5 lakh crore and 53.5 lakh crore respectively. The centre's net tax receipts are estimated at 28.7 lakh crore rupees. To finance the fiscal deficit, the net market borrowings from dated securities are estimated at 11.7 lakh crore rupees. The balance financing is expected to come from small savings and other sources. The gross market borrowings are estimated at 17.2 lakh crore rupees. I'll now move to Part B. Part B, direct taxes. Honorable Speaker, sir, I now present my proposals on direct taxes. New Income Tax Act. In July 2024, I announced a comprehensive review of the Income Tax Act 1961. This was completed in a record time, and the Income Tax Act 2025 will come into effect from 1st April 2026. The simplified income tax rules and forms will be notified shortly, giving adequate time to taxpayers to acquaint themselves with its requirements. The forms have been redesigned such that ordinary citizens can comply without difficulty. Ease of living. I propose that any interest awarded by the Motor Accident Claims Tribunal to a natural person will be exempt from income tax, and any TDS on this account will be done away with. I propose to reduce TCS rate on the sale of overseas tour program package from the current 5% and 20% to 2% without any stipulation of amount. I propose to reduce TCS rate for pursuing education and for medical purposes under the Liberalized Remittance Scheme, popularly known as LRS, from 5% to 2%. Supply of manpower services is proposed to be specifically brought within the ambit of payment to contractors for the purpose of TDS to avoid ambiguity. Thus, TDS on these services will be at the rate of either 1% or 2% only. I propose a scheme for small taxpayers wherein a rule-based automated process will enable obtaining a lower or nil deduction certificate instead of filing an application with the assessing officer. For the ease of taxpayer holding securities in multiple companies, I propose to enable depositories to accept Form 15G or Form 15H from the investor and provide it directly to various relevant companies. I propose to extend time available for revising returns from 31st December to up to 31st March with the payment of a nominal fee. I also propose to stagger the timeline for filing of tax returns. Individuals with ITR 1 and ITR 2 returns will continue to file till 31st July, and non-audit business cases or trusts are proposed to be allowed time till 31st August. TDS on sale of immovable property by a non-resident is proposed to be deducted and deposited through resident buyers and his or her PAN-based challan instead of requiring a TAN, which is a temporary accounting number. To address practical issues of small taxpayers like students, young professionals, tech employees, relocated NRIs, and such others, I propose to introduce a one-time 6-month foreign asset disclosure scheme for these taxpayers to disclose income or assets below a certain size. This scheme would be applicable for 2 categories of taxpayers, namely A, who did not disclose their overseas income or assets, and B, who disclosed their overseas income and or paid due tax but could not declare the asset acquired. For category A, the limit of undisclosed income or asset is proposed to be up to 1 crore rupees. They need to pay 30% of fair market value of asset or 30% of undisclosed income as tax and 30% as additional income tax in lieu of penalty, and would thereby get immunity from prosecution. For category B, asset value is proposed to be up to 5 crore rupees. Here, immunity from both penalty and prosecution will be available with a payment of fee of 1 lakh rupees. Rationalizing penalty and prosecution. Multiplicity of proceedings are hindrance to the ease of doing business. I propose to integrate assessment and penalty proceedings by way of a common order for both. There will be no interest liability on the taxpayer on the penalty amount for the period of appeal before the first appellate authority, irrespective of the outcome of appeal process. Further, quantum of prepayment is being reduced from 20% to 10% and will continue to be calculated only on core tax demand. As an additional measure for reducing litigation, I propose to allow taxpayers to update their returns even after reassessment proceedings have been initiated, and an additional 10% tax rate over and above the rate applicable for the relevant year. The assessing officer will then use only this updated return in his proceedings. There is already a framework for immunity from penalty and prosecution in the cases of underreporting. I propose to apply this framework for immunity to misreporting too. However, in such a case, the taxpayer will need to pay 100% of the tax amount as an additional income tax over and above the tax and interest due. Penalties for certain technical defaults, such as failure to get accounts audited, non-furnishing of transfer pricing audit report, and default in furnishing statement for financial transactions, are proposed to be converted into fee. I propose to rationalize prosecution framework under Income Tax Act while maintaining a careful balance for deterrence in some serious offence. Non-production of books of account and documents and requirement of TDS payment where payment is made in kind are being decriminalized. Further, minor offences will attract fine only. The remaining prosecutions will be graded commensurate with the quantum of offence. They will entail only simple imprisonment with maximum imprisonment reduced to 2 years and power to courts to convert even those into fines. There is no penalty. There is no penalty presently for non-disclosure of non-immovable foreign assets with aggregate value less than 20 lakh rupees. I propose to also provide them with immunity from prosecution with retrospective effect from 1/10/2024. Cooperatives. Deduction is already allowed to a primary cooperative society engaged in supplying milk, oilseeds, fruits or vegetables raised or grown by its members. I propose to extend this deduction to also include supply of cattle feed and cotton seed produced by its members. I propose to allow inter-cooperative society dividend income as deduction under the new tax regime to the extent it is further distributed to its members. I further propose to allow exemption for a period of 3 years to dividend income received by a notified national cooperative federation on their investments made in companies up to 31/1/2026. This exemption would be allowed only for dividends further distributed to its member cooperatives. Supporting IT sector as India's growth engine. India is a global leader in software development services, IT-enabled services, knowledge process outsourcing services, and contract R&D services relating to software development. These businesses and their segments are quite interconnected with each other. All these services are proposed to be clubbed under a single category of information technology services with a common safe harbor margin of 15.5% applicable to all. The threshold for availing safe harbor for IT services is being enhanced substantially from 300 crore rupees to 2,000 crore rupees. Safe harbor for IT services shall be approved by an automated rule-driven process without any need for tax officer to examine and accept the application. Once applied by an IT services company, the same safe harbor can be continued for a period of 5 years at a stretch at its choice. For IT services companies who want to conclude advanced pricing agreement, APA, I propose to fast-track unilateral APA process for IT services and endeavour to conclude it within a period of 2 years. The period of 2 years can be extended by a further period of 6 months on taxpayers' request. I propose to extend the facility of modified returns available to the entity entering APA to its associated entities also. Attracting global business and investment. Recognizing the need to enable critical infrastructure and boost investment in data centers, I propose to provide tax holiday till 2047 to any foreign company that provides cloud services to customers globally by using data center services from India. It will, however, need to provide services to Indian customers through an Indian reseller entity. I also propose to provide a safe harbor of 15% on cost in case the company providing data center services from India is a related entity. To harness the efficiency of just-in-time logistics for electronic manufacturing, I propose to provide safe harbor to non-residents for component warehousing in a bonded warehouse at a profit margin of 2% of the invoice value. The resultant tax of about 0.7% will be much lower than in competing jurisdictions. To provide fillip to toll manufacturing in India, I propose to provide exemption from income tax for 5 years to any non-resident who provides capital goods, equipment or tooling to any toll manufacturer in a bonded zone. To encourage vast pool of global talent to work in India for a longer period of time, I propose to provide exemption to global, non-India sourced income of a non-resident expert for a stay period of 5 years under notified schemes. I propose to provide exemption from minimum alternate tax, the MAT, to all non-residents who pay tax on presumptive basis. Tax administration. I propose to constitute a joint committee of Ministry of Corporate Affairs and Central Board of Direct Taxes for incorporating the requirements of income computation and disclosure standards, the ICDS, in the Indian Accounting Standards, IND AS itself. Separate accounting requirement based on ICDS will be done away with from the tax year 27-28. To support Prime Minister Modi's vision of homegrown accounting and advisory firms to become global leaders, I propose to rationalize the definition of accountant for the purposes of safe harbour rules. Other tax proposals. Change in taxation of buyback was brought in to address the improper use of buyback route by promoters. In the interest of minority shareholders, I propose to tax buyback for all types of shareholders as capital gains. However, to disincentivize misuse of tax arbitrage, promoters will pay an additional buyback tax. This will make effective tax 22% for corporate promoters. For non-corporate promoters, the effective tax will be 30%. TCS rate for sellers of specific goods, namely alcoholic liquor, scrap and minerals, will be rationalized to 2%, and that on tendu leaves will be reduced from 5% to 2%. I propose to raise the STT on futures to 0.05% from the present 0.02%. STT on options premium and exercise of options are both proposed to be raised to 0.15% from the present rate of 0.1% and 0.125% respectively. We reformed the taxation landscape for corporates in 2019 by providing them a simplified regime with lower tax rate so that they could productively focus on business rather than on claim of deductions and exemptions. To encourage companies to shift to the new regime, set off of brought forward MAT credit, minimum alternate tax credit, is proposed to be allowed to companies only in the new regime. Set off using available MAT credit is proposed to be allowed to an extent of 1/4 of the tax liability in the new regime. MAT is proposed to be made final tax, so there will be no further credit accumulation from 1st April 2026. In line with this change, the rate of final tax is being reduced to 14% from the current MAT rate of 15%. The brought forward MAT credit of taxpayers accumulated till 30th March 2026 will continue to be available to them for set off as above. Indirect taxes. I shall now take up proposals related to indirect taxes. My proposals for customs and central excise aim to further simplify the tariff structure, support domestic manufacturing, promote export competitiveness, and correct inversion in duty. To continue weeding out long continuing customs duty exemptions, I propose to remove certain exemptions on items which are being manufactured in India or where the imports are negligible. Similarly, to further simplify the process of ascertaining the rate of duty applicable on a particular item, I propose to incorporate certain effective rates in various customs notifications to the tariff schedule itself. I shall now take up sector-specific proposals. Promotion of exports of marine, leather and textile products. I propose to increase the limit for duty-free imports of specified inputs used for processing seafoods for export from the current 1% to 3% of FOB value of the previous year's export turnover. I also propose to allow duty-free imports of specified inputs which is currently available for exports of leather or synthetic footwear to exports of shoe uppers as well. I propose to extend the time period for export of final product from the existing 6 months to 1 year for exporters of leather or textile garments, leather or synthetic footwear and other leather products. Energy transition and security. I propose to extend the basic customs duty exemption given to capital goods used for manufacturing lithium-ion cells for batteries to those used for manufacturing lithium-ion cells for battery energy storage systems also. I propose to exempt basic customs duty on import of sodium antimonate for use in manufacture of solar glass. Nuclear power. I propose to extend the existing basic customs duty exemption on imports of goods required for nuclear power projects till the year 2035 and expand it for all nuclear plants irrespective of their capacity. Critical minerals. It is proposed to provide basic customs duty exemption to the import of capital goods required for the processing of critical minerals in India. Biogas blended CNG. I propose to exclude the entire value of biogas while calculating the central excise duty payable on biogas blended CNG. Civil and defense aviation. I propose to exempt basic customs duty on components and parts required for the manufacture of civilian training and other aircrafts. It is proposed to exempt basic customs duty on raw materials imported for the manufacture of parts of aircraft to be used in maintenance, repair or overall requirements by units in the defense sector. Electronics. To deepen value addition in the consumer electronics sector, I propose to exempt basic customs duty on specified parts used in the manufacture of microwave ovens. Special economic zone. To address the concerns arising about utilization of capacity by manufacturing units in the special economic zones due to global trade disruptions, I propose as a special one-time measure to facilitate sales by eligible manufacturing units in SEZs to the domestic tariff area at concessional rates of duty. The quantity of such sales will be limited to a prescribed proportion of their exports. Necessary regulatory changes will be undertaken to operationalize the measures while ensuring level playing field for the units working in the DTA. Ease of living. To rationalize the customs duty structure for goods imported for personal use, I propose to reduce the tariff rate on all dutiable goods imported for personal use from 20% to 10%. To provide relief to patients, particularly those suffering from cancer, I propose to exempt basic customs duty on 17 drugs or medicines. I propose also to add 7 more rare diseases for the purposes of exempting import duties on personal imports of drugs, medicines and food for special medical purposes used in their treatment. Customs process. India's role and share in the global trade is poised for a major leap in line with our ambition and journey towards Vikasit Bharat. In this regard, I propose many measures for custom processes to have minimal intervention for smoother and faster movement of goods and greater certainty to the trade. Trust-based systems. I propose to enhance duty deferral period For Tier 2 and Tier 3 authorized economic operators, known as AEOs, from 15 days to 30 days. I propose to provide eligible manufacturer importers the same duty deferral facility. This should encourage them to get themselves accredited as a full-fledged Tier 3 AEO in due course. To provide greater certainty and for better business planning, I propose to extend validity period of advance ruling binding on customs from the present 3 years to 5 years. In the spirit of the whole of government approach, government agencies will be encouraged to leverage AEO accreditation for preferential treatment in clearing their cargo. Regular importers with trusted long-standing supply chains will be recognized in the risk system so that the need for verification of their cargo every time can be minimized. Export cargo using electronic sealing. Export cargo using electronic sealing will be provided through clearance from the factory premises to the ship. For import of goods not needing any compliance, filing of bill of entry by a trusted importer and arrival of goods will automatically notify customs for completing their clearance formalities. This will enable goods to be released immediately on arrival. The customs warehouse framework will be transformed into a warehouse operator-centric system with a self-declarations, electronic tracking and risk-based audit. These reforms will move away from the current system of officer-dependent approvals and reduce transaction delays and compliance costs. Ease of doing business. Approvals required for cargo clearance from various government agencies will be seamlessly processed through a single and interconnected digital window by the end of the financial year. Processes involved in clearance of food, drugs, plant and animal and wildlife products accounting for about 70% of interdicted cargo will be operationalized on this system by April 2026 itself. For goods not having any compliance requirement, clearance will be done by customs immediately after online registration is completed by the importer, subject to the payment of duty. Customs integrated system will be rolled out in 2 years as a single integrated and scalable platform for all customs processes. Utilization of non-intrusive scanning with advanced imaging and AI technology for risk assessment will be expanded in a phased manner with the objective to scan every container across all the major ports. New export opportunities to support Indian fishermen to fully harness the economic value of marine resources beyond our territorial waters. The following measures will be taken. A. Fish catch by an Indian fishing vessel in exclusive economic zone or on the high seas will be made free of duty. Landing of such fish on foreign port will be treated as export of goods. Safeguards will be put in place to prevent misuse during fish catch, transit or transshipment. To support aspirations of India's small businesses, artisans and startups to access global markets through e-commerce, I am pleased to announce complete removal of the current value cap of 10 lakh rupees per consignment on courier exports. In addition, handling of rejected and returned consignments will be improved with effective use of technology for identifying such consignments. I propose to revise provisions governing baggage clearance during international travel to address genuine concerns of passengers. The revised rules will enhance duty-free allowances in line with the present-day travel realities and provide clarity in temporary carriage of goods brought in or taken out. There are honest taxpayers who are willing to settle disputes by paying all their dues, but they get deterred due to negative connotation associated with penalty. They will now be able to close cases by paying an additional amount in lieu of penalty. Honorable Speaker, sir, with this I commend the budget to this august House. Jai Hind. One and a half hours.
Item number 3, माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी.
Item number 2, sir.
3.
Sir, with your permission, I rise to lay on the table of the following statements under Section 3(1) of the Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act of 2003. Medium-term fiscal policy, fiscal policy strategy statement, and macroeconomic framework statement.
Item number 4, माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी.
Sir, with your permission, I move for leave to introduce the Finance Bill 2026.
प्रश्न ये कि विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करने की अनुमति प्रदान की जाए. जो सदस्य इस पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए, मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में अनुमति प्रदान की जाती है. माननीय मंत्री जी, अब विधेयक पुनर्स्थापित करें.
Sir, I introduce the bill.
माननीय सदस्य, आपको सूचित किया जाता है कि माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी के बजट भाषण की कॉपी पब्लिकेशन काउंटर पर ली जाती है. बजट भाषण और बजट से संबंधित दस्तावेज आपके मोबाइल फोन और मेंबर पोर्टल्स पर ही उपलब्ध है. सभा की कार्रवाई कल सोमवार दिनांक 2 फरवरी 2026 को प्राप्त 11 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है.
Acting negatively, but let's try and get a sense of what this budget means for our viewers and the signal that the Finance Minister is seeking to send. I'll get Ratin Roy with his hot take on what we've just heard from the Finance Minister.
Well, I haven't seen the actual numbers yet. She's been remarkably, unlike last year, remarkably shy about telling us even what the nominal GDP growth figure she's taking is. That being said, I'm relieved. It's a boring budget, and I'm a public economist. Boring budget is a good budget. She's met her fiscal deficit target. You don't have to worry about public debt, viewers. Every public debt target maps onto a unique fiscal deficit target, so you can keep using fiscal deficit. She met her target last year. She has modestly reduced the fiscal deficit further this year. There isn't much tax buoyancy. I suspect there will be expenditure control to achieve this fiscal deficit target. So on the macro front, things are fine. The only new thing I noticed about the budget, otherwise all this announcing this scheme and that scheme, and Purvanchal, Purvodaya, this happens every year, everyone forgets. I challenge anyone on this panel to remember one thing of that sort that was announced 2 years ago. Nobody remembers, it's all optics, everyone does it. But one thing she has done which is unique, as to my knowledge, there's no chartered accountant here. She's announced 2 tax exemptions, one of which is for 10 years and the other one is for 22 years. That is remarkably forward thinking. If she'd done it for more things, I'd be very relieved. I can't remember what exactly they were for. I think rare earths or minerals.
No, data centers till 2040.
AI, that is excellent. If only we could do that for everything we do, tariffs, tax, etc. But she's made a good beginning there. Yeah, for the rest, I don't have much to say.
The markets are down about 1,030 points, and the securities transaction tax on futures being increased. How much money is she likely to mop up by something like that? Because it's marring sentiment for sure. Is it worth the pain being inflicted?
So I think some revenue increase will be there because these are transaction taxes, unlike capital gains taxes. But I'm not quite sure if it's worth the sentiment hit. The market is down 1 percentage point. There was something there for capital markets in the form of buyback taxes being reduced for minority or non-promoter shareholders. But promoter shareholders will pay something on top of that. So there has been a reduction on the buyback tax side, but nothing on the dividend tax side, nothing on LTCG or STCG. And the STT increase is obviously what the market is responding to. So I think this was an error of commission.
Radhika, what are you making of the manner in which the budget speech was read? Because she's not told you how much defense is going up by or the schemes. So it's very differently presented. What's the messaging through the manner in which the budget's been presented, you think?
So it's actually quite interesting, Rahul, because as Ratin mentioned, while she gave the fiscal deficit target, and of course we're moving from the deficit to the debt as a fiscal anchor, we really don't know what nominal GDP growth estimates have gone into that calculation, and so where that growth is exactly going to come from. So there are really no big headlines in that sense. But as I was listening to part A of the speech, I mean, there were a lot of details, but my sense is that there has been a lot of focus on job creation. She's really picked up on a lot of very labor-intensive sectors. She's got textiles, she's got toys, footwear, she had MSMEs, there are a lot of details. Tourism is being seen as a big, there's a focus on also enhancing agricultural productivity. Another area we don't talk about often in India, but she mentioned, and I think that's quite noteworthy, is the care economy. They've spoken a lot about investment in the care economy, and that actually also creates a lot of employment for women. The other thing is that there was an underlying theme about how you can actually create more employment for women and boost female labor force participation rate, which has been something that the government has actively been working on, because bringing more women into the workforce is also a driver of GDP. So things like, even having a hostel in every district for women, all that helps in bringing women out, addressing some of the social barriers they face in engaging in economic activity. And of course, I think on the MSME side, which are the engines of job growth, and which I think is important because, again, I keep harping on this labor-intensive sector because it's so important for job creation. But if you look at the firm size distribution in labor-intensive sectors, it's dominated by MSMEs. And they're addressing barriers on credit. Like she talked about strengthening trades, she talked about the Mitra, she talked about integrating them in global value chain and the exemptions. So these are small things, and it would be interesting to see how they actually play out to boost job creation and therefore spur demand in the economy.
I just want to go through 2 or 3 points which struck me as being important, and we'll bring in our panelists who've joined us as well at this stage. The capex spend is estimated at 11 lakh crores. So this was one hard number that appears to have gone up. There's a lot which a tax consultant or a chartered accountant would actually be able to see or figure out based on what we've seen. The new Income Tax Act comes into effect. So that's something that is important. There is a proposal to rationalize the prosecution framework as far as taxes are concerned. There's a lot under taxes which has happened. All IT services to be clubbed under a single category with a common safe harbor margin of 15.5%. Threshold for availing safe harbor for IT services to be enhanced. Would you agree that a lot of this actually is tax-based? Tax compliance, simplifying the tax structure, and ensuring that prosecution doesn't necessarily happen?
Yeah, I think a lot of it is around ease of taxation. If you see the timelines being extended, the different categories being talked about. Also, I think the decriminalization and focus on penalties rather than imprisonment. That's a very progressive thing. I think the other thing which in the budget we should be also looking at is the focus on MSMEs, access to capital, the focus on manufacturing, the right areas around that. I think when we look at the budget, I think the focus was a lot on employment generation rather than just trying to talk about the...
But the big headline at this moment, make no mistake, is the fact that the markets are now down almost 2 percentage points. A, the negative impact of securities transaction tax being increased, and B, the fact that long-term capital gain, there was an expectation that maybe that would be reduced. That hasn't happened. So all of this, Harsh, really bad for your business?
I think we'll be fine going forward, but for today, obviously, it's an issue. I think maybe...
You have to tell us what you're really thinking. Don't give us the sanitized version when you're so badly off.
I think the STT was a misstep because, as you rightly mentioned, the revenue uptake is not worth the damage to the sentiments. Because the market was expecting something on the capital gain side. If that was not possible to be given, perhaps this could also have been postponed. The buyback tax is a progressive measure, but that again, there is an exception for the promoters. So it only goes so far. I think going forward, the eyes from the market's point of view will be RBI's decision. So what the next MPC meeting does. and on the India-US trade deal, because right now this was a big expectation which is not panned out from the budget's point of view.
Prasenjit Bose, were you impressed with the focus that the government's laying on MSMEs and trying to protect and bolster them?
Well, I think it was indicated in the economic survey itself, because once the problem has been diagnosed, I think what the government is trying to do through this budget is, while not accepting the failure of Make in India, they are basically trying to give another push, Make in India push, to MSMEs and exports. I hope it works. But what I am slightly skeptical of is the fact that, first of all, this entire 1.5 hour long speech, this is entirely focused on a very narrow segment of the economy. So where is anything about agriculture? Where is anything about the outside the formal sector of the economy? There is a huge informal economy in our country, and if we do not take the numbers, the inflation numbers or the GDP numbers at face value, I think the living standards of the people are an issue, with the real wages not increasing or declining for a large segment of the population. I think that this is this budget's main problem is that it is just too narrow. The focus is not broad-based in terms of the entire population, and it is putting too much, almost all the eggs in the basket of tax concessions, duty cuts to revive exports and especially manufacturing.
There is one important thing which we have missed out on, an outlay of 40,000 crores to capitalize on the momentum of the semiconductor mission. That is so critical to so many parts of our economy. So that's certainly something that's gone up. But if I can just bring you in and ask you, how would you actually look at the budget? The markets are 1,300 points down, the Sensex, right? They obviously expected a lot more. How would you assess this budget?
As an industrialist, I don't think the barometer or budget is the stock market on that day, to be very honest with you. And I don't agree that this budget doesn't have a lot of things for industry. It has a lot for industry. I don't think the industry was expecting tax cuts and all that.
Right.
And I didn't expect capital gain tax also. I never came in the room with that expectation. And the reason is very clear. Okay? They have done a lot already in the last few budgets. This budget was always supposed to be of a reform agenda. And we have seen the tax reform bit come out quite clearly in this budget. And I think industry welcomes it. I believe tax certainty is more important than tax cut today.
Right.
What industry requires is a clear idea how I will proceed, how litigation will proceed. Idea of decriminalization is great idea. Idea of ensuring that what I call the TDS, TCS is simplified, which is great. I also really like the fact that certain key industries where we require support have been given. For example, AI has been given, semiconductors, as you rightly say, has been given, data centers have been given. They are encouraging nuclear private sector participation in nuclear energy. Now look at agri. You cannot say that nothing has been given to agri. Look at the fact that value-added crops like coconut, nuts. Now in India, we are importing nuts. And I sometimes feel why we can grow all the nuts. So I think that is something very important they have done. Marine, which is in my mind very important part of the export. Even the FTA also talks of, the European FTA talks of a priority sector in this, what you call first advantage in this. So that has been talked about. So overall a very responsible budget, a budget for the common man. Also a budget, if you ask me honestly, I'll just take a small thing, Divyang, for example. That word was spoken 3 times. I think that is what is required.
Okay, one of the big announcements in the budget was that there will be a tax cut for those offering cloud services to data centers. Now, given the fact that across the world, there's a big clamor to try and bring data centers into particular geographies. Ratin Roy, do you think that might actually move money and decisions around where these data centers get set up? The fact that there's a tax holiday till 2047?
I think so. I think it's a very important step she's taken. Because if tax was an impediment to setting up data centers in India, now no one can say it is. I plan to go back to the south because we are at the cutting edge of this. I don't see them coming to UP or Bihar. And encourage now the state governments to go and get those data centers on the ground this year, because now we have everything we need from the central government. I wanted to make a point, if I may,
please,
on the tax. I have a question now. Do you think that this is a tax, it's the engineering and the plumbing reforms? Have they begun now, and is that likely to be the focus of the government for the next few years? Because I'm at the moment in a dispute where the tax department is asking me, I've given them the birth certificate of my mother, I'm their only child. My mother's dead, and her money was transferred to me. She's saying, no, prove that she's financially dead. I'm yet to understand this. So you have to give the Finance Minister this. She's working against a very powerful, very entrenched bureaucracy that is used to having their way and undertaking, questions, tax assessment, using their own discretion, the bureaucracy.
And it's going to be a simplified form.
And I think she's trying her best, and we should
She
support
spoke about that.
Yeah.
No, but the fact also is, Harsh, that about, the recent SEBI study shows that 90% day traders are actually losing money on the transactions that you're doing. On top of that, you go and impose an additional tax on securities, transaction tax. What's the message? I mean, if you look at the bloodbath, the graphic on your screen is very illustrative. You just see how the markets tank, because it's a very negative announcement. It's very small upside, if at all, for the government.
I think the broader motivation is to reduce
day trading.
Reduce trading, or what is seen as speculation in day trading or day of expiry trading in futures and options. I think that has been the government's point of view. Even in the last budget and last economic survey, SEBI has been moving in that direction. I think it's the broader context of where the market was today and whether this could have been done later or it could have been paired with something on the capital gain side. That is what is probably worrying the market more than this step in isolation.
You think, Ratin, it's a good idea to try and push people away from daily trading, speculation? Is it something that the government should really be looking at trying to achieve?
See, I started my life as a stockbroker, and I gave it up within a year and a half. I found it quite boring personally. My belief is if you're stupid enough to come to the stock market without deep pockets, you're going to be gamed. So I don't think the government should prevent people from being gamed. You may try and educate the investor, but if people are greedy, they're going to lose money. And day traders are greedy. They expect returns to come, by purely intervening in the market. They listen to wrong advice. So I don't think the government should play mummy to them. Let them lose some money. It's good for everybody.
Weekly expiries, just for the viewers' sake, has been reduced. So now we are going back to monthly options. A lot of taxes have been increased. This is not the only one. So a lot of steps have been taken, and already volumes are down. So this is only step 2 or 3.
No, my question is it an objective the government should be seeking to achieve?
My personal view is my personal.
No, because look at what Ratin is saying as well. You lose money, you learn your lesson, you back off.
No, I think that first of all, if you look at what has happened over the past, especially post-COVID phase, the number of people, especially the younger generation, people who are entering the workforce, their attitude towards the market has changed very dramatically. Now, I am not saying that that entirely is bad thing, but a lot of it is froth, and a lot of it is what Professor Roy just said, is pure speculation. Now, we should promote investments. The government should be promoting investments which actually generate jobs, not this kind of activity which has no impact on the real economy and which just produces gamblers and punters.
Can I just make one quick point? At this time, Rahul, we would usually be looking at what's going to cost more, what's going to cost less. Yes. And our entire team has been internally trying to look at this, still at a macro level, to ask what are we going to pay more for. There is no immediate implication based on what Nirmala Sitharaman has said today on what's going to cost more and what's going to cost less. It would be there in the fine print, but there's nothing obvious.
No, a lot of import duty cuts have taken
for example,
place.
on nuclear power plants till 2035, customs duties have come down, critical minerals customs duties have come down, biogas blended CNG custom duties are down, and components of civilian and defense aircraft custom duties are down. So they're trying to focus on critical sectors that they believe are strategic for them and reduce customs duties there.
But no implication for the common person. This food item is going to go down. This dairy product is going to go down.
Would all this lead to an export surplus or an import surplus? That is the million-dollar question, that if ultimately you are reducing customs duties, it will help the industry where all those things go into inputs. But whether that leads to a surge in exports, that's the critical question.
So can I just summarize this by saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, taxes more or less remain the same. It's simpler now to pay your taxes, and your cost of living for the moment is essentially the same.
I agree, and that is what industry wants. See, GST was the big piece. It has been announced.
Yes.
Income tax, honestly speaking, we are at a lower level than many other countries. Let us be clear. Now, what this budget does is that certain sectors where government believes they need support, which have been listed down, they have supported them, and they have overall simplified the laws. In my mind, more simplification could have still happened. In fact, if you ask me where is left, I was expecting more to happen. I was thinking of complete decriminalization. It has not happened. They have still kept the criminal process provisions. And I was expecting more that we call dispute resolution mechanisms to come in terms of settlement, mediation, resolution committees. That is what is required. That is required to unlock what I call capital, private capital, which is required. And people are slightly afraid. Why should an Indian invest abroad and not in India? So I was expecting that to an extent it has happened. But we need more of that. That's what I'm saying. And to answer your question, this budget was not about getting a shampoo price down. That was in the GST. And on the custom fund also, I was not expecting, because we actually wanted to make in India for the world. So we don't want to reduce that also in the first place.
So life goes on as normal. There is nothing here.
I think the biggest thing is there is no burden on you.
Positive.
No, earlier,
there is
for
no
10 years, I was asked, what were you expecting? I would say, my God, my taxes increased. The good news is no increase has happened.
No, so what is being done clearly is an effort being made to try and incentivize manufacturing in the aviation sector in India, because you've got customs duties on raw materials for manufacturing parts, maintenance, repair coming down. Incentives for indigenization of Seaplane manufacturing have been introduced. Customs duty exemption on components, parts for manufacturing of civilian training aircrafts and other aircraft. Do you think this is likely to work, Harsh? The fact that you've given significant incentives to try and encourage manufacturing of different kinds of aircraft within India?
So I think industrial and trade policy requires to be very granular and nuanced. So if you're giving incentives, there are certain things where you actually have to reduce the import duties, and certain things, I agree with you fully, where the final product import duties have to go up. So duty inversion have to go. So I'm sure this has been probably discussed with the specific industry in question and only done then. So I don't think any and every duty cut is problematic for Indian manufacturing. A lot of it is actually very, very helpful.
No, but I can actually offer a bit of an answer on this. Apart from Hindustan Aeronautics, it's several companies like Lockheed Martin or Boeing or Airbus which have tied up with Indian partners and are manufacturing for a global supply chain over here. So therefore, if the cost of inputs and components comes down, it would certainly help them. That helps our economy, employment in this country. It increases manufacture of components and assemblies for the international aviation market. But whether this actually results in Indian manufacturers building planes, I'm not sure. And can I just also suggest, this seaplane thing has always been a red herring. Seaplanes have failed in the Indian aviation scene. It's not been seen to be commercially viable.
No, but even in terms of manufacturing, the component is generally step 2. Look what happened with electronics, right? We first did PLI for basic assembly of cell phones. Right now, as you yourself said, we are doing components PLI. So once the assembly is there, then the ecosystem around it goes there. And then instead of a tariff, sometimes you can do a PLI. So you can do both tariff and a subsidy. So I think first is to get that manufacturing into India. The next step would be to
just as a piece of trivia, this is the third shortest budget speech. In 2020 it was 2 hours 42 minutes, 2019 was 2 hours 15 minutes. This one was just 1 hour 24 minutes. So it's her third shortest budget speech, and also indicating that it's business as usual. There's a signal of continuity, and she doesn't want to go on and on as it was. She's kind of made her point. Now you deal with it. The markets are tanking. Although there's been a bit of a recovery since, there's been a bit of a recovery since, but that's the way. She doesn't want to get into the details like she did when she spoke almost twice as much as she's done today, Radhika.
I just wanted to come in, on this issue about the reduction in the customs duty. I think, yes, there is the long-term objective of improving manufacturing competitiveness, but also we have to look at this in the short term. Because on 1st January, EU's GSP preferences were removed, which means that until the trade agreement comes into effect, domestic manufacturers will have to face the full EU import duty. And at the same time, while exports might have appeared to be resilient last year, there was a lot of front-loading of exports as well. So this is going to be a very difficult year for exports. So a lot of these, what seem very nuanced, very micro, perhaps very non-interesting details, are perhaps done keeping in mind what the exports industry is going to go through this year.
Let's get a word in from Chandrajit Banerjee, Director General CII. Welcome back, Mr. Banerjee. What's your assessment and reading of what we've heard from the Finance Minister?
I think the initial reaction would be, while we are looking at the fine prints, it's remained on the course of fiscal prudence is remain on the force. I mean, you know, when you look at the fiscal, when you look at the debt to GDP ratio, all of that are very, very critical to have the fundamentals going strongly. Second, I think it is also focused a lot on urban centers, which we had talked about earlier. I think that's a very good thing to happen because sectors which are employment oriented, employment generating, both in the services as well as manufacturing. Quite a bit on the mid-sized companies that we had talked about as far as manufacturing was concerned. That was good. So, you know, I mean, one can go on, but then there are little things for everyone, including from high tech to.
But were you expecting more big bang reforms?
Reforms are there. Actually, if you really look at, reforms are spread across many areas. Reforms are also there. I mean, if you really look at it from the point of view of reforms, if you look at the banking sector, there is this high-level committee which has been formed. We need large banks. We need consolidation there. So one looks at that to be a very positive development. One looks at also even, you know, decriminalization on the tax part of it. There are many small areas of stuff. We were probably not seeing that much coming up in the bold, but it talk about now implementation is an issue in terms of disinvestment. We hope that one achieves the figure which was mentioned.
She's left all the details away. Usually she'd announce a disinvestment,
yeah, but
targets,
I think
defense spending. She's
it's
left
good to see the
she wants everyone to read her budget
and that macro level presentation of which way we are heading is critical. I think the budget really needs to go into those details about, yes, whether the health is fine, prudence is there, and whether we will be able to navigate through the type of storms that we are looking in the headwinds. Skilling was very important. Look at the healthcare sector. I think that was a critical thing to have been focused upon. Very important. And I think ease of living is something that she really talked about and focused upon. And I think the logistics is another issue. We were talking about cost of doing business. When you are seeing logistics focus in the budget in terms of the freight corridors, and I think that's going to be another critical area to look upon. So all in all, I would think there are many things for spread across. And I think that's very interesting. It's a very different way it was presented.
Ratin Roy, if the government says that the fiscal deficit will come down from 4.4, which we said and we achieved this year, to 4.3, is that good enough or is that not ambitious enough?
That's perfect.
Why?
That's absolutely perfect because what it does is two things at once. There is no need now to make non-inframarginal changes in the fiscal deficit. The 3% target has value because our financial savings are low. And if the center and the states take over 6% of GDP, borrowing from our financial savings, we don't borrow abroad for public debt, that only leaves 3% to the private sector. So this is to give space to the private sector. That being said, the private sector is not investing. As I said to your guest, raise your game. If you raise your game, I can say we lower the fiscal deficit to 3.9. But if government is going to do all the heavy lifting, then it should keep the fiscal deficit more or less constant. I think what she's done is absolutely right because reducing it slightly sends a signal that yes, we can. Now, I want to make two comments. One is, this is the first budget speech in a short while, in a long time. I'm listening to where people from industry have come, maybe more will come. They're not saying game-changing. I'm very comforted by that because game-changing can't happen every year. So perhaps you should make this a practice and say game-changing only when the game changes. Second, there is a disappointment, I'm getting it now, from the international policy community. Not a big disappointment. They were expecting a framework for reforms. And this sort of scattershot, as you're rightly saying, reform signals is something that will disappoint them because the biggest thing, I think, in their view, holding back India is a reforms framework for progress ahead. That is not there in the budget. I don't believe it's the place to do it. But nevertheless, it's the only economic policy document we have. The economic survey didn't do it. So there is disappointment. You talked about reforms, but there's no framework.
Laying out a very clear reform framework, that where is it that we are going from here, should have been laid out in the budget is the argument that Dr. Roy makes.
I think if you really look at the macro picture, it really talks about that India is not doing anything which is knee-jerk, excepting for, it's not doing anything knee-jerk, but focusing on a path which is futuristic in terms of I still would like to give emphasis on fiscal prudence. I would still like to give focus on making factors of investment easier. I would even look at, even if you look at the taxation part of it, there are much in terms of decriminalization, small offences being just put into financially rather than putting into a decriminalization offensing. So I think there are many areas that we had one had talked about in terms of making it easier to do business, easier to live, easier to transact with India. Those are, I think, those focus. India has to be on track. India has to be on track and not take those offensive sort of positions which it didn't take. And I think that's very,
okay,
very
we've
clear.
got a guest. If you just hold on for 1 second, we've got Vivek Gupta, partner at Deloitte, who joins us at this stage. Thanks very much for being with us. You know, the markets have not reacted well at all to this budget. It's down now 1.03%. It was down more than 2% at one stage. If you were to look at this budget, would you say ease of doing business, ease of taxation, simplifying tax structures, removing penalties is what the focus of this? And would you call it a holding budget in a sense, and by no means a big bang budget?
Actually, I think the one thing that has not been talked about is the whole focus on structural stability. I call this budget not just as a holding budget. I call this budget as a crowding in capital into high growth India budget. And I'll tell you 2 or 3 reasons why I say that. One, by indicating fiscal prudence, you are structurally reducing cost of capital of the economy as a whole, therefore helping investments. So that is one big thing that has been done. On the tax side, reforms around penalties, reforms around prosecution, reforms around decriminalizing means again that ease of doing business is enhanced. See also the change on, for example, on buyback taxation. I think it's a very intelligent change, helps small shareholders, helps listed equities and so on and so forth. See the change made where Indian diaspora can now get in capital back into listed equities and the enhancement of limits there, providing a mid-path route between FDI and FPI. Again, very intelligently done to get an investment into the country. The entire plethora of changes made around IT companies will help GCCs vastly, give them tax certainty, and that's a sector which is very strong in India in any way. So with these 2 or 3 measures, tax decriminalization, getting Indian diaspora to invest, structurally indicating a very disciplined budget, and then doing stuff around GCCs, I call this not just as a holding budget. I would say it's a crowd in capital into high growth India budget.
It's also something that's helped the common taxpayer. I mean, 2 points over here. An extension of time available to revise returns with the payment of a nominal fee, and to allow taxpayers to update returns even after reassessment proceedings have been completed with 10% tax. So again, encouraging people to pay. What she is proposing is nominal. We don't know the rates. But again, the opportunity to pay tax has gone up. Vivek?
That's right. That's right. Building a culture of compliance, right? Even the whole measure, and I'm yet to see the fine print, but even the whole measure around foreign students, etc., within certain threshold limits, being able to declare foreign assets, calling penalties fines or fees, actually, fees, making them deductible and making them also automatic, reducing the deposits required for litigation from 20% to 10%. Some of these fine prints haven't really been sort of talked about too much, but overall accent on simplification and compliance.
Tax aspect, and perhaps you'd like to come in on this. To provide a tax holiday till 2047 to any foreign company that provides cloud services by setting up data centers in India, this is huge.
This is huge.
So what is huge. So break it down for us.
So I think there are 2 parts of it, right? One part is that if you have already heard of some of the data center investments which are coming in and which have been announced.
Google and
Microsoft and many other hyperscalers, right? We think that will actually continue a lot. And, I think this was being also talked about by Mr. Goyal that, we would probably expect that to double in the coming days because of the tax holiday, right? The other expected, focus on critical power and nuclear power, because all these data centers can't run without power, right? I think that's also is something which they're focused on. And I think when they're looking at how they have looked at it has to be exported back, at the same time, how you look at, the data center services to be given, inside the country. I think that's also a very nice balance which they have been able to get in there.
Also semiconductors, the fact that the government is now putting in 40,000 crores, to increase the outlay to 40,000 crores to capitalize on the momentum of the semiconductor mission. We keep talking about resilient supply chains, also manufacturing semiconductors and building our fabs over here. But we cannot have a futuristic electronics industry or manufacturing with that state unless we get semiconductors sorted, right? With or without China's help. Again, how would you look at the semiconductor mission?
No, I think ISM 2.0, putting in 40,000 crores is an excellent decision. As I was saying, industrial policy is not just about tariffs, it's also about incentivizing key strategic sectors, and semiconductors is obviously one of them. Gradually, we'll go to the 2-3 nanometer kind of semiconductors manufacturing by 2030 or so. So now semiconductors, putting in more power reforms, as you were mentioning, getting in more investments in cloud. Remember, there was a conditionality there that it has to be geared towards Indian users. For those. So we'll have to read the fine print. But there is an element, I believe, of strategic autonomy there as well while getting in investments. So we'll see the fine print when we see that. This is extremely important to create the new AI economy because models are getting commoditized, as important as they are. But you cannot commoditize the semiconductor part, you cannot commoditize the solar electricity grid part.
She spoke about when the Finance Commission, the fact that the recommendations of the Finance Commission have been accepted, the share of devolution stands at 41%. And a provision of 1.4 lakh crore rupees to the states for FY27, which is what the Finance Commission grants had recommended. We don't have the fine print yet, but that was supposed to have the potential of becoming a political hot potato. How do you think she's playing it?
Well, it may, because you see, from the point of view of the southern states, this is all tied up with delimitation.
Correct.
So if the southern states have a grouse that they are essentially getting very little of the resources that they put into the center, and that is happening because the vertical devolution for all states gives the vast majority of the money to the center, while the heavy lifting has to be done by the states in terms of actual development expenditure, and B, that the horizontal devolution, the biggest weight in the formula is the inverse of per capita GSDP, some version. I was chief economist at 13th, I had mine, but it's essentially that. That means the poorer you are, the more money you get. What she has signaled is the vertical devolution stays where it is. So you're not expecting all states to get more money. Now if the horizontal devolution does not change and give significantly more money to the southern states, the peninsular states, there's going to be a political firestorm coming.
I think one part on the Finance Commission which is very important, we don't know the fine print, but the last one, 15th Finance Commission spoke about having a non-lapsable fund for the defense budget, which was not accepted.
There's no mention of the word defense in anything over here.
So I had tried that. I was very careful.
But can I just say that generally speaking, there is not, in the last several budgets, no direct mention of the defense budget in what, it's always, so we'll have to see what if capital expenditure goes up. That's all that it boils down to.
But even capital expenditure.
But I was just saying that the non-lapsable part, if we can do, in the 16, we'll have to see what
it's
Dr.
Extremely
Panagari.
Bad fiscal practice. It is, you cannot partition.
There is an Appropriations Act. There is a legal issue there.
It's a very good thing they didn't do it. You can't tie the government hand and say.
But at the same time, the Defence Ministry does need, for indigenization purposes, some flexibility to think beyond 1-year horizons in terms of capex.
You see, the way it gets done in the Defence Ministry in terms of spends is because all of the services get an enhanced allotment now for quote-unquote emergency procurement. That money goes like this.
So there's a lot of focus.
And so orders take place there. It's the traditional way of getting orders done for defense, which takes forever. There's an L1 system of ours, right? And a whole lot of other things which are painfully slow.
So the president of CII, Rajiv Memani, now joins us. Mr. Memani, what is your best sense of the manner in which the finance minister presented her budget and the message she's seeking to communicate? There's a lot of what you typically expect with the budget, not made public, at least in her speech, and a lot of focus on Part B, which again is different from what we've seen in previous years.
Yeah, and thanks Rahul. I think you're right. I think there was a lot of emphasis on Part A also. I think the way they laid out, the 7 focus areas that we discussed about the focus on MSMEs and this 10,000 crore fund that's been created. The focus on infrastructure, at least 1.5 lakh in some areas, and the high-speed rail, I think, is a good one because 80 to 90% of the value addition happens in India, and so I think the economic activity that it creates is within India is positive. I think on the municipal bonds, I think a lot of focus on the cities and trying to see how you can create, whatever 5,000 crores for cities above 5 lakhs, so they'll create a competitive process through that. So I would say a lot of focus on tourism, cities, the services sector.
Also a new semiconductor mission 2.0 and a focus on rare earth chemicals. So she's trying to ensure that some of these new age sectors are taken care of.
Yeah, and what was interesting was that if you actually see, unlike in the previous years where a lot of these focus translated much more into incentives, this time it was much more around the ecosystem build-up and skills. So I think it looks like it's more, whether it was tourism, whether it was the other areas, I think that was, I think, positive. On financial on the financial sector also, I think the realization at least that now for the Viksit Bharat, a lot of things have to change, and hopefully this high-level committee gets set up quickly and they have good participation, and the changes that are required to be made on the banking side, I think that are made. On the part B, I think a lot of focus on simplification, as we discussed, whether it was the penalty reduction and some of the nitty-gritties on TCS and others, which were niggling people unnecessarily because the TCS rates were very, very high. I think buyback tax has been a big ask for a lot of people. And I think amongst all the sectors, if I just have to do a blind test of one which seems to have got the maximum benefit, I would say it will be electronics manufacturing. I think they had lots of issues on, if they got capital goods, if a subcontractor got capital goods just for some time, whether that will get taxed or not and everything. So they've clarified safe harbors. And the other ease thing is the safe harbor for IT, widening the definition of IT services and having a safe harbor of 15.5%. So earlier that limit was 300 crores, I think, which they've raised to 2,000 crores. And if you looked at most of the APAs, they were getting done at 14, 15, 16%. So they've given that at 15.5%. The one that I think came as a positive surprise was data centers. I was not expecting that they would.
Do you think just that tax relief holiday till 2047 brings in more data centers into India?
Yeah, I think it gives one relief because the massive cap. I honestly feel that 22 years is a long time, so we should read the fine print whether it is 15 years within 22 years, because it's a very long time. I mean, I've never seen a relief being given for 22 years.
No, but will it?
Yeah, it will
impact investment decisions.
It will impact because it reduces your, most of these data centers are set up with a fixed return. So, the return is whatever, 12%, 13% dollar return. So I think it makes it much more impactful. Therefore, more companies, it makes India more competitive. So I think more companies will look at setting up data centers and others. So I think it's a positive sign, and it should encourage much more. Plus, they've also provided a safe harbor to say that if you're providing data center services to a related entity, then up to 15%, at a transfer pricing of 15%, you can claim tax benefit on that. So I would say on the data center, I was surprised that.
Let's get a word in on Kunal Bahl as well. Set up Snapdeal, now runs the startup division of CII. Kunal, welcome. Do you think that this tax holiday till 2047, and even Ratin Roy and Rajiv Mani both making the point, it's quite unusual to have such a long tax holiday. Do you think that brings in more data centers into India and impacts the decisions of those setting up these data centers and the focus the government is laying here?
Thanks for having me, Rahul. Look, actually, on budget day, we tend to talk a lot about that day's announcements, but actually, whether it's the data center announcement or the biopharma manufacturing or the semiconductor, if you look back the last 3-4 years, this seems like a concerted effort towards building blocks for a larger building. We've seen the 1 lakh crore RDI fund being announced, the 1,000 crore space tech fund being announced all over the last couple of years. So today's announcements are probably more bricks in the same building. And whether it's 15 years or 22 years, we'll find out the details. But is it a step in the right direction? It absolutely is. And I think all these infrastructure moves are very, very important for the India of 2047.
Government capex is up about 9% to 12.2 lakh crore rupees. Radhika, do you think that's a fair increase in government spend? Because some people seem to be suggesting that the government could have been potentially more aggressive in how much it's wanting to spend on capacity expansion.
Well, if you look at the amount last year, it's an increase of about 11%. And I think we weren't expecting to see a dramatically large increase in that number. I think the question is what that number is as a percentage of nominal GDP. I suspect it's going to remain the same as last year. And I think that's kind of fine because we need that sustained public capex. But at the same time, it's important that it doesn't crowd out private investment. So I think that, in terms of the number, I'm fine. But what I'd be more interested in seeing is what is the disaggregated allocation of that public capital expenditure, which are the sectors it's exactly going to. Is it, just capital intensive projects with long gestation periods? Or how much of it is actually going to translate into improved productive capacity of the economy in the immediate short and medium term? So the devil is in the details and we don't have those yet.
We've got a couple of reactions. These are the first reactions from the opposition, from the Congress party coming in. Let's listen in.
लेकिन सर अभी पार्लियामेंट को यूज करेंगे लेकिन सर अभी पार्लियामेंट को यूज करेंगे
अब बताऊं यार डिटेल्स तो बहुत कम मिले ना जैसे कि 3-4 हेडलाइन थे लेकिन जब हम इंतजार कर रहे थे कि ऑल इंडिया इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ आयुर्वेदा कहाँ आएगी हमारे केरला में चाहिए हमें हमारे तो बहुत लंबी ट्रेडिशन आयुर्वेदा की लेकिन केरला का नाम नहीं सुना फिशर कोकोनट तो शायद केरला ही हो सकते हैं क्योंकि मेरे ख्याल में भारत का सबसे ज़्यादा बड़ा केरला कोकोनट प्रोड्यूसिंग स्टेट तो केरला ही है तो वो तो होना चाहिए वैसे भी फिशरीज़ में हमें कुछ बेनिफिट होना चाहिए लेकिन जब शिप रिपेयर के बारे में बोला और वाराणसी और पटना के बारे में बोला केरला के बारे में कुछ नहीं सुन सका तो ये सब हमें ज़रा सा आश्चर्यजनक है लेकिन ये भी कहूँ कि शायद डिटेल्स बजट डॉक्यूमेंट में होंगे पढ़ा नहीं अब तक सिर्फ भाषण सुने हैं भाषण में तो बहुत कम डिटेल्स है जो हमें ज़रूरी है
बजट में कोई खास नहीं है प्रधानमंत्री और नड्डा जी सिर्फ ताली बजा रहे थे और बीजेपी का एमपी का भी समझ नहीं आ रही थी क्या हो क्या मैडम क्या बोल रही है मीन्स ये सिर्फ डायरेक्शनलेस बजट है और कोई कॉन्क्रीट ये नहीं है दोबारा एक ही सपना दिखाने वाली बात ही कर रहे थे और कब तक के सपना दिखाते रहेंगे एक बजट में ही सपना दिखा रहे हकीकत में कुछ हो ही नहीं रही है
यही हाल रहा तो लोहे पर पीतल चढ़ा करके जेवर बनाने पड़ेंगे और ये बजट गरीब के समझ के बाहर है जो बुनियादी चीजें हैं शिक्षा स्वास्थ्य आप सोचिए उत्तर प्रदेश का हाल आपने सुना होगा देखा होगा पोस्टमार्टम होना है किसका और पोस्टमार्टम के लिए ले किसको जा रहे हैं ओटी में जाना किसको था ले किसको जा रहे हैं ये तो स्वास्थ्य व्यवस्था का हाल है और शिक्षा का हालत ये है कि बिना शिक्षा के हम विकसित भारत कैसे बनाएंगे विकसित भारत का सपना अगर देखना है तो शिक्षा क्षेत्र में हमें ज्यादा से ज्यादा बजट देना पड़ेगा
One of the interesting things we are picking up is the massive increase in defense spending. Capital outlay for the defense sector up about 22%, going up to 2.19 lakh crore rupees. The defense budget stands at 7.8 lakh crore rupees. The big jump is in aircraft and aero engines from 48,000 crores to about 63,000 crores, but 21% increase. Vishnu, potentially indicating that they're planning to make some big announcements on weapon purchases.
Yeah, no, and there are two of them. One is the Rafale deal, which is in the range of above $35 billion, and one for at least 6 made-in-India submarines. That will be in the range of approximately $7 billion. Obviously, it's not a one-time payment, not at all. But they are creating space for this because it's the biggest defense budget hike I have seen in many, I don't remember something, it's about 21%.
No, but this also happens on the back of Operation Sindoor, showing the need to spend on buying new defense equipment.
But that 21% hike actually does, we'll have to wait to see which amount of that is capex. I would suggest a significant amount for the first time. So this is welcome news.
This is the capital outlay. So 21%
I think 21% is the overall hike, but we've got a breakup of that. Of that, the capital hike as opposed to last time has gone up, right? the financial year 26-27 capital outlay is up 21.8
That's what I'm saying.
to 2.19. So that's a very big hike.
Okay, everyone's picking up some fine print. So since Rajiv Memani needs to leave, I'm going to get him to just, because you're getting lots of messages from your big team taking you through the fine print. So give us some of what you're picking up from the fine print which wasn't there in what the finance minister said.
No, nothing that much in the fine print. I think obviously gift benefit has been the tax exemption, which was for 10 years. I think that's been extended to 20 years. Again, defense spending is strong. I was just just absorbing the budget speech in itself and the exact numbers. That's what I was looking at. But again, on the overall, I would say on the MSME side also, which we have, and the infrastructure side. One is this REIT and InvIT, and we'll have to understand more how will they use some of the PSU assets and government real estate assets into REIT and InvITs. I think that unlocks a lot of value. If they're doing that, I haven't seen any disinvestment numbers, but in terms of asset monetization, I think this could be an interesting way of looking at asset.
So we'll let Rajiv Memani leave for the time being. He'll come back later. But Ratin Roy,
yeah, I have some data now, which is quite interesting.
Yes.
So other than non-tax revenue, if you're looking at last year's performance, BE compared to RE, tax revenue, every other revenue source is down. And every expenditure source is also down, which essentially is something, by the way, is not unique.
No, it's
this
not
has happened
unique.
for the last 8 or 9 years. The government of India has been prudent by shrinking its total spending. Most people don't get this as a percentage of GDP. That's why I don't like this lakh crore nonsense. Defense budget, very interesting. There's a huge shortfall in the capital X RE compared to the BE, which means they weren't able to spend the money. So now they have made it
proposed to spend it.
I really hope they can spend it.
No, but there's another detail over here. But
if
go
I
ahead.
can just add to this, because you see this happened last year as well, and that is why when we are the budget numbers which the finance minister is announcing, we are saying that this year she is saying 12.2 lakh crore she's going to, that's the public capex. For the last 2 years, the public capex, including this year, the public capex they are falling short by a huge margin. So these numbers don't have any credibility. And once the capital outlay falls short in 1 year, you are rolling over to the next year.
By 3%.
Yeah, so that's yes. Not a, so 3%. What happens is that your revenue is not, your revenue shortfall is also, because you have to keep your fiscal deficit within a range. It can't be brought down further because your private investment is not happening in that manner. And you can't increase it because your debt will go up. So this budget ultimately is all about playing safe. And you are showing a degree of complacency.
Okay, let Mr. Mukundan come in on that.
Can I call it fiscal prudence?
That more of the same.
Positive.
He's calling it a play safe budget. Let Mr. Mukundan come in with his take on the budget.
I really think what I said in the morning is what has been delivered. I said build forward. This is not a time for big bang, because fundamentally he calls it playing safe, but I say build forward is much sharper definition. And I also said in the morning, you're not going to come at one suite of, but it's going to be very targeted. It's going to be very specific sectors. If you look at where she's focused on biopharma, semiconductor, rare earth, chemical parks, high-tech tool room, construction equipment, container manufacturing. I mean, each one of them is very sharply targeted. And on the capex point, I just wanted to tell you the spending which you're talking about, we have stopped doing annual expenditure numbers. In capital, what happens the moment it slips into next year? So normally what you do is a rolling average, so that you take a 3-year, 4-year rolling average, which is really the way you should look at it. Some years will be lumpy, some years will be down, because some projects have taken a bit of time. So I think we should give that much of a sort of go through these numbers in a much more detail to understand where it is coming from. I think the key point which we've been highlighting is on MSME. I think this point about linking threads with gems, use of threads to give credit to MSMEs, the credit guarantee for MSME, I think we have not actually focused on how much it's going to work towards bringing up the health of MSME, which is a big issue. And in terms of the 7 sectors she's laid down for economic growth, she focused on 3 areas. Economic growth, the second one was how do we sort of accelerate and raise aspirations of people at the people level, which is what all this whole skilling, medical, 1.5 lakh people, caregivers, all that is part of that. And lastly, about Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, which is about underprivileged people. Now, when on economic growth, she's picked up 7 areas. MSME is one of them. She also spoke about building scale, and scale in very specific areas. And then about, this is very interesting, I thought it very interesting because it was about rejuvenation of legacy industrial areas. 200 industrial will be rejuvenated, and I think it's needed because when you go to some of the old industrial parks, they are not up to the mark in terms of technology. And the whole issue on infrastructure, again, I think 12.2 or number I picked up, I think it's a bigger number than last year. We can say it should have been more, but that's where it is. Lastly, I think one of the areas we've been highlighting is India will urbanize. And we have to bring vibrancy in our urban centers. And the city economic region, as she calls it, CER, it's a new term, but fundamentally it's about making cities a more viable, more vibrant places. And also part about financing, about the municipal bonds, 1,000 crore, I think it's excellent. I think in many ways...
See, the debate is, those are all very pious intentions, all of them. I am giving you one simple example. What is wrong with it? Now, when you commit 11 lakh crore, 12 lakh crore, and then you end up, by the end of the next budget, you end up spending 1 lakh crore, 2 lakh crore less, then what happens is...
It's not 10-20%.
No, wait.
It's only 3%.
No. Wait. You compare it with what happens. This is happening year after year. So what happens? I'll give you a concrete example. Suddenly, now, there are going to be 7 high-speed railway projects. By the way, Kolkata is left out. For Delhi, Kolkata is the busiest corridor. It is left out. But anyway, Varanasi gets two projects. But fine. Where is the first high-speed rail project today? And why? When was it announced, this bullet train? When was it announced? Till date, we have not seen the first bullet train in India.
No.
And 5 more projects are being announced. So, fine. If you are saying, why are you against the announcement? No, I want hundreds of high-speed rail projects. Just look at where China has gone with high-speed rail projects.
Okay.
My point is that don't just do this jumlas in the budget. When you are saying you are announcing a project, you complete that project. Let people benefit.
Let him respond.
No, I just think, the word Jumla and all, I don't want to get into that. I think fundamentally good thoughts, good words, good deeds. That's what we believe in as private sector, and that's what government also should believe in. I think firstly it starts with thinking about where you want to go, then it's come out in words. But effectively talking about the 7 high-speed corridors and also speaking about the first corridor, obviously we have made land acquisition a very difficult part even for the government. I think it got stuck because I have actually traveled on the construction which has happened, and it is actually fairly impressive. You come to BKC and see this entire terminus which is being built right in the center of BKC for the first, the high-speed rail. It's completely new. Okay. So I think I would say the work is happening. And I understand where you're coming from. We all want things to happen faster than they are, yes, which is really what industry is also saying. From ease of doing business, we need to go to speed of doing business. And for speed of doing business, you need to remove many of the irritants. And if you look at exports, what has she done? Entire touch-free digital custom clearance. That's a game changer. We've been highlighting this. Why should anything be done on that basis? So each one of these are going to help us to improve the speed of transacting and speed of transacting.
At some level, it's a measure of the stability and the confidence of the government that despite we being just a few weeks away from elections in Tamil Nadu, West Bengal, Assam and Kerala, the usual temptation of having schemes for election-bound states has been left out. No public announcement of that at least. Rajiv Gowda joins us from the Congress party. Professor Gowda, you think the government is sitting pretty because usually just a few weeks ahead of announcement of polls, peak election season, Kerala this, Assam this, West Bengal this, Tamil Nadu this, she's avoided that temptation this time.
Well, that's such a relief, but it's probably a lack of imagination. Think about the bigger picture, Rahul. Essentially, this is a time when the Indian economy is facing a crisis with the amount of money being taken out both by Indians and by investors. What kinds of measures could have sent the right signals to allow for a reversal of this pattern? I don't see anything on that scale, etc. The other thing, if you look at the economic survey, it highlighted the urgent need to work on India's urban agenda. Now here we only have 5,000 crores that is allocated for urban-related developments. Many of the programs like Amrit or smart cities, etc., none of them have really had any significant impact on changing the infrastructure in urban India. So what you needed from these kinds of investments from the government is to crowd in private sector investment as well, which is something that continues to fall behind, right? Instead, we don't see enough imagination there. I also, in terms of creating the kinds of initial investments that would then get much more private investment to follow through. So these sorts of, glaring challenges, I see those with this budget. And then, of course, while the same standard dialogues are, pushed out about youth and farmers and the poor, I'll have to look at the details of the budget to see what actually has happened in those directions, because there's certainly not anything there in her speech. And and when nearly half the country is trying to survive on agriculture, the kinds of investments in agricultural research, infrastructure, etc., no word on that except for about replanting lost coconut trees. So, I mean, really, this is, I think the government has somehow lost its way and really needs to take a step back and regroup. And as Ratin was pointing out earlier, we need to look at the actual realities. How much do they announce in the budget? How much do they actually spend? How much do they actually earn? All those assumptions are really something that we will get to know and verify as the day goes along.
But the markets, since we spoke last, Harsh, seem to have recovered quite a bit. They're almost down 1,800 odd points, now about 500 odd points down.
No, I think the other points about like people of Indian origin can invest bigger amounts, the buyback tax. I think F&O obviously applies more to the capital market derivative segments, so brokers, exchanges. But I think the broader picture of fiscal stability, macro stability is weighing in. I think it's now over to RBI. 4th to 6th February is the MPC meeting. One very quick point I would say, see, the budgeted estimate for capex in FY26 was 11.2 lakh crores. We ended up spending 10.97 lakh crores.
Correct.
So it's only a 2% shortfall. And now from that 2% shortfall, there has been an 11% increase. So it's not true that 1 or 2 lakh crores are not being spent. Those numbers are inaccurate. I think going forward, the most important part is the budget is forgettable, and that's a good thing. Mostly the budget is forgettable. We move on because the big stuff happened with GST, the deregulation commissions under the current cabinet secretary and a former cabinet secretary are in place. And then we have the monetary policy and we have trade agreements. So if we have forgotten this day after a week, it's not such a bad outcome after all.
Mr. Basa, how is the semiconductor mission so far coming along? They've announced a semiconductor mission 2.0, also laying a lot of emphasis on full stack design work happening in India. What is your assessment of the first phase of what we've seen on semiconductors?
So I think the first phase has seen the right kind of moves. Also, I would see the investments have gone in as expected. And if you look at the semiconductor ecosystem, there's a lot of focus around the ecosystem also, because you need the talent ecosystem. It's not just enough to say that I would like to have design capabilities. You need designers to come in back from many of the other countries to build a career in India. And for that, the ecosystem is required. And if you look at some of the other things which they're trying to do, you have to also support it with the rare earth piece. You also have to support it with what you're doing on the overall engineering skills program. When we are talking of some of these skill building issues, I think it's very critical for, the wave 1 and of course for the electronics piece for the wave 2 as well. And I think the other thing which you should also look at is, we have been talking about these capex programs. Now, if you think of what they have talked about, restructuring of power finance and REC, that can have the potential to unlock deep, capital pools which can go into some of the other sectors which would be talked of. And I think those can be really game changers for it. So I again think that, yes, the budget has a lot of it for a lot of sectors, but it's not really unrelated. If you look at all of them, they're somehow being related, whether it is, the focus of longevity to health, whether it is the semiconductor and the rare earth, or the, import of high-tech tools, the infra equipment which is coming in. All of those are very related, things. And I think when you're looking at the skilling program is not just about one particular sector. She has talked about design, she has talked about, gaming, she has talked about, also skilling in astrophysics, astronomy. So it's a very, very, broad-based skilling program
but on
she's
the
talking
political front, the government clearly has some rough weather to deal with Donald Trump, who's announced that India will be cutting back on Russia and cutting back on Iran and buying from Venezuela. So a lot of these hush policy announcements apparently made by the Indian government being made publicly by Donald Trump. And he just keeps doing it again and again.
Well, we live in a world where we live in, so, where the dominant power has given up its own adherence to the so-called rules-based order. But again, coming back to this budget and how those, the fact that Venezuela oil would be sold to India and India is gradually buying less Russian oil shows that we are going towards some kind of trade agreement with the US. Is it being done in great fraternal spirit? No, but it's better than not having a deal. And it's a good follow-on to the EU deal, because now we are also negotiating from a point of strength, which is what Piyush Goyal mentioned to Vishnu yesterday, that we are not negotiating from any deadline. So yes,
Ratin Roy, what's your best sense of what Trump makes of when Piyush Goyal and the Indian government and the EU get into a trade deal? How is he decoding this from what you can tell?
If I go by Truth Social, he doesn't decode, he reacts. So, decoding would be a massive increase in intelligence of the US president, which is at the moment unfortunately not available. So he will react in the way he usually does. He has looked at the deal. He has made one churlish comment in it already.
Scott Bessent has, in fact. Scott Bessent has multiple times.
Has made a churlish comment, but I think we are doing absolutely the right thing for a change. I've been very unhappy with Indian foreign policy for a while because we've been talking too much. All this Indic and Vedic and go forward and do this or hum great hai. Now we have shut up, and that's a very good thing. And the way we are dealing with Trump is just right. Keep quiet and do what you have to do, and you'll be good. I want to make a very quick, again, data point on the thing. Disinvestment for the 10th straight year in a row, they have missed their modest target and they've raised it again. Long term, that means you cannot expect the government of India to raise revenues through disinvestment. Taxes are maxed out, so we are now a revenue-constrained economy. There is not going to be any money going forward to expand the size and scope of government in any significant way. I personally think that's not a bad thing. I don't think we should be expanding government beyond where it is. But now we have maxed out all our sources. So, and a bit of good news again, committed expenditure, which is expenditure the government has to make on GST compensation, on wages and salaries and stuff like that, that has come down slightly this year for the first time. That means the government's fiscal headroom has gone up a bit, and that's again a good thing. Finally and ominously, Finance Commission grants to the states have gone down by 15% this year, and that is not a good thing politically at all. It will make the southern states really mad.
Can I also just say, I've got a few more data points on the defense budget going up. A part of it has gone up from 48,000 crores to 63,000 crores. That is aircraft and aero engines. Now, aero engines are the holy grail of defense manufacturing. We have failed to do this for decades. We are now in an advanced deal with General Electric and are negotiating with Safran of France as well. This is for profound technology transfer, which feeds into our Atmanirbhar ambitions. So that has been outlined. So a key part of this defense deal is that there are three components. One for aircraft, which is possibly the Rafale deal. One for submarines, as I understand it, and it mentions aero engines. So that is where this negotiation will carry forward into a proper deal.
Sunil Mathur now joins us, CEO, Managing Director at Siemens Limited. Mr. Mathur, your reading of the budget and the focus that's been made on cities and trying to make India urban in a way that sees ease of living.
Yes, I mean, the reality is our big cities are bursting at the seams already. They are high cost, they are terrible on logistics, and they're difficult to attract talent for. And therefore, following models around the world, the only alternatives that we do have for an inclusive development is to move manufacturing out of the cities into the more rural regions. But that will require these rural regions to be upgraded in their infrastructure. And they will need roads, highways, access, they will need electricity, they will need upskilling of talent over there. And I think this is a step in the right direction. It's a long journey. But unless we start spending on these rural regions, creating these economic zones, so to speak, and developing these regions, we will actually be limiting ourselves if we do all our manufacturing in the large cities, in the metro cities. So I think it's a step in the right direction.
Radhika Kapoor, one of the efforts being made was to boost medical tourism by reducing taxes on medical tourism. To what extent do you think, I mean, it's obviously net positive for healthcare companies, but to what extent do you think it actually brings in a lot more people into India for healthcare treatments?
Well, I think they're definitely looking at health tourism as an important source of growth, as an important source of job creation. So I think this is a net positive over here. But I think, you have to have the right enabling ecosystem to actually facilitate that. So she also talked a lot about skilling in the health sector and having these qualified health professionals. There was a term she used. Enabling ecosystem that provides quality services at competitive prices is created. These things don't actually fructify and translate into the desired gains. And on skilling, I do want to come back to the point that you had made earlier. I think it's quite interesting. They haven't talked just about skilling, but actually the transition from education to employment. And so that it's not just enough to educate people, but to make them employable, to make them job ready. There's also a panel which has been set up to look at the impact of AI on employment. And I think that's another big thing, because that will give a sense of, what are the sectors where jobs are going to be created, particularly for the youth. They started at the beginning by talking about how the youth were going to be a focus of the budget. And we know that the impact of AI, particularly when it comes to generative AI, has not been on entry-level jobs. So the jobs that the youth get when they enter the labor market. So I think those are very, how they're going to pan out and develop is one thing. But as statements of intent, I think these are very important issues because they are structural challenges. The other thing, also, I think it appears now that there's been an increase in allocation of in Narega. So if you look at
it's not a very major increase.
30,000 crores.
Yeah.
That's pretty big. That's a 25% increase.
No. Wait,
and it's counterintuitive because they were not.
No. It is now split. So you can't kind of add the Viramji and the Narega.
Why not?
Huh?
Why can't I?
No, because the nature of the scheme has changed. Earlier it was entirely a demand.
There's 1,22,000 crores for employment guarantee scheme. We can agree on that. That's a big rise.
No, not guarantee. You can't use the word guarantee.
Right. Employment generating scheme.
So ultimately, how much you are spending, that is a different question.
Okay, gentlemen, just hold on for one second. We've got Srivar Kheruka, the co-chairperson of FICCI, joining us at this stage. Mr. Kheruka, thank you very much for being with us. Glass half empty or glass half full? How would you look at this budget?
Well, from a manufacturing perspective, I think it's a good budget. There's a lot of emphasis on Make in India, on Atmanirbharta, and I do believe that in areas such as electronic manufacturing, in areas such as rare earth, mining and manufacturing, there are good outlays which have been kind of budgeted for, and I do believe those are absolute needs for the country to become self-reliant. So I'm quite excited about the budget and also the emphasis on manufacturing in particular.
Okay, I see Dr. Naresh Trehan is walking in, one of India's best-known healthcare experts, a lot of focus on medical tourism. To what extent do you think that starts showing results and by when? And do you see more people coming in for healthcare treatments to hospitals like yours?
So it's well known that India has the opportunity to offer the highest end of healthcare available anywhere in the world at a fraction of the cost. So it's not the misconception that it is poor medicine at cheap cost. It's high quality medicine at affordable costs. That's one. But the full potential has not been exploited so far because there is chaos on the ground. We are not organized. We don't represent the value of the quality of care that we have. But the government is trying many efforts now to put it out in the international space. So the groundwork is done, and the fact that some of the things that were mentioned in the budget today are very encouraging, including the fact that we have the huge potential of a Ayurveda along with modern medicine, of which is already creating a lot of traction for India, and we can actually ride this wave much higher, maybe double or triple the number of people and the value that we derive.
And what did you make of the emphasis laid on biopharma?
No, that's a very important factor that was addressed today. Because so far, the pharmaceutical industry, which has been, like we proudly say, is the pharmacy to the world, has been basically copycat drugs. So this allocation, this biopharma Shakti mission that we talked about with 10,000 crore allocation, will encourage to do research, develop our own biologics and biosimilars, so that we can actually provide medicines of the frontier kind at a fraction of the cost that is available from the world. So I think it was a very important statement.
Dr. Sriram, there's also been a focus on mental health institutions.
Right.
There are none which exist in North India. One is being set up there. There, I believe one in Tezpur as well. And these were very specific points which were mentioned. So that's again welcome news for the health sector.
It is, no question, because this was one of the ignored sectors in North India especially. The South, Hyderabad and all these places, Bangalore and all, already have mental institutions. We didn't have any except for the old variety in Agra. So there is a lot of work to be done in North India, especially with the stresses of society today, and along with that, the stress of environment. The air quality and all that is adding a lot of stress to our population.
I think one of the things where I was a bit disappointed, I would say, on the healthcare side is that there was a lot being talked about medical tourism. There was also, if you look at the previous budgets, it was all about access and affordability. But we didn't hear too much about the digital health infrastructure. Just like we are saying, if you look at overall India's growth, digital public infrastructure and the fintech industry and how it has taken off, on the medical side, we didn't hear that much on the digital health infrastructure, which I was expecting.
But can I just say, because I've got the points on health with me, apart from what Dr. Trehan referred to, there's a lot which was actually announced. Existing institutions for allied health professionals to be upgraded, 1.5 lakh caregivers to be trained in a coming year, right? That's huge. Hubs for medical value tourism to be created, 5 regional medical hubs. As was mentioned by Dr. Trehan, Ayush centers are coming up. Hubs to provide diverse job opportunities for medical service providers. This is actually one of the areas where we've seen more than...
more than that, what was mentioned was that there would be a committee formed that looks at education, skilling and employment.
Right.
So this whole stack becomes very meaningful because they were disconnected. So if you are going to start the programming at schools, skill development soon after that, and then because there's a huge need, not only for India, but for the world.
Yes.
And like they said, like she said, that there will be 1.5 lakh caregivers required, not only to serve the Indians, but the whole world is hungry for them.
Yes.
Because there is an aging population. We are the only ones in the world who have a young population with requirement for skills that can be actually leveraged for the world.
The one thing that's becoming a political issue is leaders of pole-bound states, the likes of, say, Mamata Banerjee, Kani Modi, all of them attacking the government, saying that hamare state ko kuch nahi diya. And that was, usually what we see, Dr. Roy, right before an election, in the pole-bound states, they have these announcements which economists like you don't like. But she's shunned that. Naturally, she'll come under political attack as a consequence of staying away from that kind of populism.
Well, they're underestimating the Prime Minister. I'm not necessarily a fan of what he does. He's never announced SOPs in a budget. They announced just before the election, sometimes in contravention of ethical rules, like in Bihar. Maharashtra, my own state, he did it just before the election. Bihar, he did it. Second, he's also pragmatic. You go to Tamil Nadu, you start announcing SOPs, they're not going to be impressed. So you're not going to win like huge amounts of brownie points. And Bengal, I want to be very polite about Bengal, considering my Bengal. I think there the rough and tumble of elections is what determines election victories and defeats. I don't think particular SOPs otherwise determine it. It's very dead in tooth and claw. So quite rightly, there was no need to take that economic angle in this budget, given the nature of the states.
And you can do it later, Harsh.
And in any case, if they wanted to do it, they do it 1 month before
10,000 rupee transfer happened just a few days before polls were announced.
The budget. It happens just before the election. So it catches eyeballs. That's electoral tactics.
But naturally the opposition
so long as it's within the model code of conduct. That's how elections are run. But I'm actually quite happy that more of the welfare spending is going on the state balance sheet as opposed to the union balance sheet. because they are more targeted, they're more easier to identify people who deserve that. Often they are women of a particular, below a certain cutoff. So I think this is the fact that the union government in the last decade has focused much more on capex and much more of the welfare schemes have gone to the state governments is actually overall an excellent development. And there is some research that there is nutritional benefit to some of these cash subsidies, in-kind subsidies.
Yep.
So sometimes we have a tendency to dismiss all of these welfare schemes very lightly, but there is a real benefit to that on the ground as well.
So the other thing that was included was the care for the elderly and geriatrics. Very important, because the aging population, while we have the demographic dividend, but we are also rapidly aging, and when we talk about 3%, 4% of the population is going to enter, that it still adds up to millions. So this has been not addressed well so far, but we all need to. The providers, the government, the financiers, we all need to, because there is a huge need for it and there is opportunity to develop these services.
What about devolution of funds to the states? Has there been any big change in that?
It's constant.
It's 1.4 lakh crores to states, with the government to retain a share of devolution at 41%.
That's constant.
So there's no change in that. It's flat.
Vertically it's the same.
No, it's given. The report is out.
No.
It's just been tabled.
This year isn't included. This year we have maintained the
No,
same.
this fiscal she has incorporated the
You take your
41%
mic,
devolution.
Prosenjit.
Yeah.
That she's done.
Let me just check the...
Please.
So this idea of setting up rare earth corridors in states like Odisha, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu to promote mining, processing, research in manufacturing, a lot of this are areas where countries like China have made substantial progress, and now India belatedly trying to catch up. Is it like in semiconductors we are catching up in certain, for example, once some of these fabs start coming up from next year onwards, we're nowhere close to being world class, but at least we are catching up. Can we do the same in rare earths as well, Dr. Roy?
Of course we can. Of course we can, but also semiconductors, I'm a little worried because I wanted to ask you.
Yeah.
I'm really not interested in 2047, it bores me. By 2030, will our output of semiconductors significantly increase? If your answer is yes, then we have done a good job, because then it means over a 5 to 7 year period, we have become a player. I think there is no reason. I've studied the China rare earths problem, and of course, the Bhavans didn't listen. And I said, please look at this, it is very, very important. Better late than never, but if in a 7 year window we can make an impact on rare earths that is significant, and we have chosen the right places. Just I don't know about Orissa, but Tamil Nadu, Andhra, they're smart people. You can work fast there.
Okay.
So I'm quite optimistic.
We've got Amitabh Kant with us as well. Thanks very much, sir, for being with us. Some would say it's a holding budget. Some would say it's got a little bit for everything. The markets haven't sort of responded positively to this budget. The Sensex is sort of going up and down, but more down. How would you look at this budget? How would you characterize it?
Well, these are very difficult times right now. Geopolitically, the world is very fragmented, and therefore this is a very responsible budget, which brings down fiscal deficit to 4.3%, which brings down the debt to GDP ratio to 55.6%, which is still, despite that, lays a lot of emphasis on infrastructure, takes the spend up to 12.2 lakh crores, which in reality is 4.4% of your effective infra spend will be 4.4% of your GDP, and there's a huge focus on manufacturing. So I think it's a it provides continuity to the vision of Viksit Bharat, and it's a greatly responsible budget during very complex times globally. But I think, to my mind, the smartest move in this entire budget is the move to exempt data centers from tax, 100% tax, to 2047. If you look around the world, 75% of the total investment being made in the world is being made in AI and artificial intelligence and data centers. So if you are able to do this, you are able to drive AI, computing power, cloud infrastructure, data centers all to India. This is a big, big move, to my mind. It can have a path-breaking impact because the data is all here, talent is all here.
If you listen to the
and this will be
as we lay emphasis on data centers, their argument has been that you have to equally lay emphasis on power creation, because these are hugely power consuming sectors, and therefore you're laying emphasis on data centers, giving these tax holidays, but no talk about equal emphasis being laid on new power capacity being created.
So let me put this in a perspective, Rahul. First of all, India is the only country which has one grid across the country. Europe doesn't have it. America doesn't have it. No other country in the world today has about 260 gigawatt of renewable energy. And therefore, you can link up renewable energy, you can link up grid to the data centers. It can be a remarkable process. You need to, of course, spend more money in terms of smartening the grid, etc. But India is ideally posed for it. Let's not be pessimistic. On the energy side, one grid across the country, only India has it.
Okay, the semiconductor mission is also something that's critical to everything that we are talking about, 40,000 crores to capitalize on the momentum of the semiconductor mission. So is that something that just had to be done, number one? And number two, we are talking about critical earths and, mining in India, that obviously feeds into the semiconductor mission. But India continues to import from China. In fact, one of the grounds we had premised for an improvement in ties is that they give us critical minerals, and they have said yes to that.
See, worldwide, the processing of critical minerals is right now being done in China. It's not about availability of critical minerals, it's about the processing technology. India needs to master processing technology. We may have rare earth like lithium, etc. in Kerala, Orissa, Tamil Nadu, etc. But we need to master processing technology. Second thing, what China does is it increases the cost, it increases the tariffs on raw materials, brings down the prices of the end product, and ensures that nobody else manufactures it. Therefore, it will require a huge amount of government backing for the next 15 years, much like what we've done in data centers to make India the master of processing of critical minerals. But there's a huge emphasis on lithium, iron cell, critical minerals, and on nuclear power in this budget, which are all cutting-edge areas of growth. So this budget really takes the leap of technological leapfrogging in many ways. It also focuses on some job-creating sectors which have been hit by Trumpian tariffs, like marine, leather, textiles, etc., so that our jobs are not impacted in a big way. And thirdly, I would say that there's a huge emphasis in terms of cities, because creating these, providing 5,000 crores to cities for these economic regions and linking them, calling them growth connectors, and linking 7 high-speed rail corridors, that to my mind will again be path-breaking in the long run.
Sure.
Can I just
please
respond? You see, we were just discussing the center state issue, and this is where the problem lies. If you look at the Finance Commission recommendations, they have just held it at the same level. So she has just done what the Finance Commission has recommended. So there is no change. But the real problem is, and that is where the capital outlay becomes very significant. Whereas its own capital expenditure, there is a shortfall, as he correctly mentioned, it's a minor shortfall. But in terms of grants in aid for creation of capital assets by states, there the shortfall is huge. It is enormous. It is over, almost over 1 lakh crore.
Yeah.
It's over 20%. So that is the problem. When you are saying that it is good that the states are being asked to do welfare and the government is rationalizing on that and focusing on capex, but the state governments also need to spend on capital expenditure. And you are absolutely right, because the state governments are responsible for far many things which are closer to the lives and livelihoods of the people on a day-to-day basis. Now, if you are falling short on capital outlays for the states, and I'm sure that is not something that the Finance Commission is prodding them to do, they are doing it because they are not being able to generate revenues to share with the states adequately. So I think that is where I am the main critic. My critique remains that this is a very complacent budget. The government thinks as if the way we are going is fine, and this is going to
okay, let's get a response
to it. On the revenue side and constraint, I mentioned it at the beginning. We will have a new GDP number on 27th February. So the 55.6% FY27 union debt to GDP is a target as per current GDP estimates. If that number goes up by 5%, 7%, 8%, mechanically your 55.6% overnight becomes 52%, 53%. Remember, the target is 50% plus minus 1% by 31st March 2031. So the government then has enough fiscal space to not only not consolidate, but slightly be expansive in its fiscal policy as well. So again, we'll get to know this within 4 weeks. And that could be one trigger for more devolution to states as well.
This is, you're saying nominal GDP will be higher than we are estimating now.
I think it's
then
very
inflation
much,
would have been higher.
I think it's very much possible that the
then
GDP...
inflation would have been higher. So that's
No. The GDP rebasing that is going to be announced on 27th February...
That's real GDP.
No, I'm taking a nominal GDP as well.
You don't rebase nominal GDP. It is what it is. You rebase real GDP. So if it's nominal GDP, and if that's going to be higher by some miracle, it's possible they'll do that by going from real GDP up. Then your inflation is much higher than you expected.
No. A lot of things. It's not just not necessarily inflation. Let me just answer both.
Yeah, of course.
It's in both real GDP and nominal GDP. It's not necessarily that nominal GDP went up only because of deflator.
But there's no base question with nominal GDP. It is what it is.
No, I'm saying when the real GDP goes up, even the same deflator, mechanically the nominal GDP also goes up.
No. You have nominal GDP first. Then you apply a base effect to it, you deflate it, and you get a real GDP number. When you change the deflator and the base,
many things are going to change. It is not only about
nominal GDP will not change on 27th February.
Nominal GDP is not an estimate. It is what it is. It's a calculation. You see. So only real GDP changes.
And it is not only the base year that is going to change, it is also the method in which we are calculating the deflator. So a lot of things will change.
Double deflators are coming.
Double deflators are coming. The estimation of the services sector will change.
I could be wrong, but my sense is this time the nominal GDP will also be increased. Let's see.
Okay, the short point I wanted to make is that even if one takes your point to be correct, that we may actually end up finding even higher GDP numbers after the revision. The point is that you are saying that then the government would have with the same fiscal deficit target, it will have more funds to spare. No, but
that percentage of GDP.
Yeah, but if the entire strategy is based upon rebasing numbers,
I'm not saying that's what it's based on.
Yeah.
Okay, gentlemen, hold on for 1 second.
You are talking about a 1 lakh crore
Prosecution, one second, hold on. I thought what I would do for the benefit of our viewers just tuning in, as we get into the real micro details, is to outline 5 areas where there have been significant changes. It's a somewhat unusual budget in the way it was presented. We aren't, for example, talking about tax rates that you and I are going to be paying. We're looking at tax in a very different format. However, the areas where Nirmala Sitharaman has really made a mark is capex. That's gone up to 11 lakh crores. Capital expenditure critical for the India growth story. The semiconductor mission has seen an investment of 40,000 crore rupees. So again, that's an area which tied into the rare earths policy of the government is very important. That's critical for manufacture. It is critical for electronics as well. Health found very detailed mention. There was a detailed mention of health when it came to setting up new centers, when it came to biologics, the pharmacy industry in India, as it were, and several other areas, improving the efficiency of health facilities across the country in areas of excellence. Defense saw something quite remarkable. I say remarkable because I've never seen a jump of approximately 21% in the defense budget. She didn't talk about it, but we've got the details now, and that includes what seems to be an allotment for massive capital expenditure towards new aircraft, submarines, and possibly aero engines. And finally, taxation. And I would suggest that part B of what Nirmala Sitharaman actually referred to had a great deal when it came to cutting down on punitive measures for tax offenders, making it simple, giving even those who have divergences or differences in opinion on how much tax they should pay some more time to actually go ahead and file their taxes. Several areas have got benefits as well. So these are broadly the areas. Would you agree 5 areas, Ratin, that were the highlights for me? Right. But we still don't know what's going to cost more and what's going to cost less.
Yeah, we are slowly getting an idea of the overall fiscal strategy of the government, which is compared to the BE, revenue GDP ratio, The government has, again, I like fiscal numbers to be clean, responded correctly and has cut expenditure. On that, I want to say that this capital asset creation business, you're only partly right, Dr. Bose. Partly it is what you say, the government exercising economy. Partly the states have to take it up. Bihar doesn't take up its creation of capital asset schemes. Tamil Nadu always, bypasses it. So, but you're partly right. Partly it has been a cut, a real cut. But partly it is taking advantage of the fact that all the relatively poorer states.
There are the divergence between the states. Even if you
आज का बजट ऐतिहासिक है। इसमें देश की नारी शक्ति का सशक्त प्रतिबिंब झलकता है। महिला वित्त मंत्री के रूप में निर्मला जी ने लगातार 9वीं बार देश का बजट प्रस्तुत करके नया रिकॉर्ड बनाया है। ये बजट अपार अवसरों का राजमार्ग है। ये बजट वर्तमान के सपनों को साकार करता है और भारत के उज्जवल भविष्य की नींव को सशक्त करता है। ये बजट 2047 के विकसित भारत की हमारी ऊंची उड़ान का मजबूत आधार है। साथियों, आज भारत जिस रिफॉर्म एक्सप्रेस पर सवार है, इस बजट से उसे नई ऊर्जा, नई गति मिलेगी। जो पाथ ब्रेकिंग रिफॉर्म्स किए गए हैं, वो एस्पिरेशन से भरे हुए भारत के साहसिक, टैलेंटेड युवाओं को उड़ने के लिए खुला आसमान देते हैं। ये बजट ट्रस्ट बेस्ड गवर्नेंस और ह्यूमन सेंट्रिक अर्थरचना के विजन को साकार करता है। एक ऐसा यूनिक बजट है जिसमें फिस्कल डेफिसिट कम करने, इन्फ्लेशन कंट्रोल करने पर फोकस है और इसके साथ ही बजट में हाई कैपेक्स और हाई ग्रोथ का भी समन्वय है। साथियों, ये बजट भारत की वैश्विक भूमिका को नए सिरे से सशक्त करता है। भारत के 140 करोड़ नागरिक फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी बनकर ही संतुष्ट नहीं है। हम जल्द से जल्द दुनिया की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बनना चाहते हैं। ये करोड़ों देशवासियों का संकल्प है। दुनिया के एक ट्रस्टेड डेमोक्रेटिक पार्टनर और ट्रस्टेड क्वालिटी सप्लायर के रूप में भारत की भूमिका लगातार बढ़ रही है। हाल में जो बड़ी बड़ी ट्रेड डील्स भारत ने की है, मदर ऑफ ऑल डील्स, उसका मैक्सिमम बेनिफिट भारत के युवाओं को मिले, भारत के लघु और मध्यम उद्योग वालों को मिले। इस दिशा में बजट में बड़े बड़े कदम उठाए गए हैं। साथियों, इस बजट में मेक इन इंडिया और आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियान को नई रफ्तार के लिए महत्वाकांक्षी रोड मैप प्रस्तुत किया गया है। इस बजट में नई उभरती इंडस्ट्रीज यानी सनराइज सेक्टर्स को जिस मजबूती के साथ समर्थन दिया गया है, वह अभूतपूर्व है। बायोफार्मा शक्ति मिशन, सेमीकंडक्टर मिशन 2.0, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक कंपोनेंट मैन्युफैक्चरिंग स्कीम, रेयर अर्थ कॉरिडोर का निर्माण, क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स पर बल, टेक्सटाइल सेक्टर में नई स्कीम, हाईटेक टूल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को बढ़ावा, चैंपियन एमएसएमईज तैयार करना, ये फ्यूचरिस्टिक है, देश की वर्तमान और भविष्य की आवश्यकताओं का ध्यान रखती है। एमएसएमईज को, हमारे लघु और कुटीर उद्योगों को जो समर्थन इस बजट में मिला है, वो उन्हें, साथियों, बजट में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को मजबूत करने के लिए कई बड़े कदम उठाए गए हैं। डेडिकेटेड फ्रेट कॉरिडोर, देश भर में वाटरवेज का विस्तार, हाई स्पीड रेल कॉरिडोर, टियर 2 और टियर 3 शहरों के विकास पर विशेष ध्यान और शहरों को मजबूत आर्थिक आधार देने के लिए म्युनिसिपल बॉन्ड्स को बढ़ावा। ये सारे कदम विकसित भारत की यात्रा की गति को और तेज करेंगे। साथियों, किसी भी देश की सबसे बड़ी पूंजी उसके नागरिक होते हैं। बीते वर्षों में हमारी सरकार ने देश के नागरिकों के सामर्थ्य को बढ़ाने पर अभूतपूर्व निवेश किया है। हमारा प्रयास स्किल, स्केल और सस्टेनेबिलिटी को निरंतर बल देने का रहा है। जैसा कि आज पार्लियामेंट में निर्मला जी ने कहा है, यह युवा शक्ति बजट है। उसमें युवा की सोच भी है, युवा के सपने भी हैं, युवा का संकल्प भी है और साथ साथ युवा की गति भी है। बजट में जो प्रावधान किए गए हैं, उससे अलग अलग सेक्टर्स में लीडर्स, इनोवेटर्स और क्रिएटर्स तैयार होंगे। मेडिकल हब्स के निर्माण से, एलाइड हेल्थ प्रोफेशनल्स के माध्यम से, ऑरेंज इकोनॉमी यानी ऑडियो विजुअल गेमिंग को बढ़ावा देकर, पर्यटन को प्रोत्साहन देकर और खेलो इंडिया मिशन के माध्यम से युवाओं के लिए नए अवसरों के द्वार खुलेंगे। भारत को दुनिया का डेटा सेंटर हब बनाने के लिए टैक्स में बड़ी छूट की घोषणा भी की गई है। मैं भारत के युवाओं को विशेष तौर पर इस बजट की बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, क्योंकि इससे एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन को बड़ा बूस्ट मिलेगा। मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि इस बजट में टूरिज्म और विशेषकर नॉर्थ ईस्ट में टूरिज्म को बढ़ावा देने के लिए भी ठोस कदम उठाए गए हैं। भारत के अलग अलग राज्यों को ताकतवर बनाकर संतुलित विकास की नींव भी इस बजट में मजबूत की गई है। साथियों, हमारे देश में 10 करोड़ से ज्यादा महिलाएं सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप से जुड़ी हैं और बड़ा सफल अभियान रहा है। महिलाओं द्वारा निर्मित, महिलाओं द्वारा संचालित सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप्स का आधुनिक इकोसिस्टम बने, बजट में इसे प्राथमिकता दी गई है। कोशिश यही है कि हर घर लक्ष्मी जी पधारे, हर जिले में छात्राओं के लिए नए हॉस्टल बनाने का अभियान भी शिक्षा को सुलभ बनाएगा। साथियों, भारत की कृषि, डेयरी सेक्टर, फिशरीज, इन्हें हमारी सरकार ने हमेशा सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता दी है। इस बजट में भी नारियल, काजू, कोको और चंदन की पैदावार से जुड़े किसानों के लिए अनेक अहम कदम उठाए गए हैं। भारत विस्तार एआई, इस टूल से किसानों को उनकी भाषा में जानकारी मिलने से उन्हें बहुत मदद मिलेगी। फिशरीज और पशुपालन में उद्यमिता, उसको बढ़ावा देने से गांव में ही रोजगार और स्वरोजगार के और ज्यादा अवसर बनेंगे। साथियों, ये बजट एम्बिशियस भी है और ये बजट देश की एस्पिरेशन को भी एड्रेस करता है। मैं एक बार फिर निर्मला जी और उनकी पूरी टीम को इस फ्यूचरिस्टिक बजट के लिए, संवेदनशील बजट के लिए, गांव, गरीब, किसान का कल्याण करने वाले बजट के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
They're speaking about the key points in the budget. He's called it a path-breaking set of reforms which have been announced by the finance minister. He says it's a budget which is focused on giving talented youngsters an opportunity. He said that the fiscal deficit was under control. He focused on Atmanirbharta. He also referred to the mother of all deals, which of course is the deal with the European Union. You can take a look at the markets. They've not reacted well. It's once again, it's gone down sharply to about 930 down, has the Sensex. We are joined by a very special guest, Jayant Sinha, with us. Thanks very much for being with us. How would you look at this budget? Would you say that it is something that nurtures path-breaking reforms like the Prime Minister said? Is there enough of management of, for example, the fiscal deficit? Are we firmly on that growth trajectory the Prime Minister has spoken about?
Yes, to all of the questions you have asked. This is an excellent budget, and it's a budget that once again reaffirms that India is a safe haven in a very turbulent world. It emphasizes stability and growth, and it really focuses once again on capital expenditures, which is the way in which we can boost our economy, strengthen our economy, prepare it for the future. And importantly, it also increases defense expenditures by 20%. Now, that's obviously very important for us from a national security point of view, but it is also an economic multiplier because as we build out our defense industry, as we resupply our armed forces, as we build out an export hub for defense industries, that also helps us tremendously from an economic perspective as well. And then finally, I will say that the key sunrise sectors, artificial intelligence, semiconductors, biopharma, all of these have got a strong boost through the budget as well. So once again, an excellent budget positions India really, really well for the future.
No, I agree with you entirely on that defense bit, something I track closely because it's an ecosystem which is being set up. So in other words, if there is an investment in the defense sector, the budget goes up, then you see tens of thousands of jobs. And many of these are MSMEs which come into the picture, new skills, so skill redevelopment, skill enhancement, which actually comes into this. And from a long-term perspective, that's very, very good indeed. But the markets, Mr. Sinha, haven't quite reacted to the budget very positively. I know the markets have their own dynamic. In your opinion, what were they actually waiting for or looking for?
I think they got largely everything that they were looking for. Of course, the somewhat negative surprise had to deal with the STT increases. which from a tax perspective have been quite substantial. 150% increase in one area and then 50% in the other area. And that's been a negative surprise for the market. So it'll take the market a little bit of time to absorb that. But I'm sure they'll get beyond that. And again, think for the long term, what drives markets over a substantial period of time is almost always, earnings growth. And because of the support provided to so many sectors through this budget, the longer term projections, earnings growth, and the revenues increase that our companies will get us past this short term reaction to the increases in STT taxes.
A final question to you, is there anything that you would like to have seen more of in the budget which is perhaps missing?
I would have liked to have seen three areas getting more emphasis. Number one, obviously, I would like to have us accelerate our disinvestment program. That has gone up to 80,000 crores in this budget. It would have been good to have gotten something specific there as to what is intended. For example, the disinvestment of IDBI Bank. So that's one area. Second area I would have liked to have seen more emphasis on is on sustainability, particularly with air pollution. What can be done there to improve the situation? And third, I think it's very important for us to continue to mobilize large-scale capital for investment, particularly private sector investment. And here again, there are various steps that could have been taken through AIFs and through support for the National Infrastructure Fund. And that would have also been a big boost for the economy.
All right, Jayant Sinha, thanks very much for being with us. I'm joined now by Mr. B. Thiagarajan, Chairperson of the CII Trade Fairs Council. Thanks very much for being with us. And Mr. Narayan Sethuraman, Co-Chairperson of the CII Trade and Policy Council. Mr. Sethuraman, let me come to you first. It's a similar question. What would you have liked to have seen in the budget beyond what we have?
I would say that...
Don't be diplomatic.
No, I would say the specifics on disinvestment, because, a lot of schemes have been announced, 5,000 crores for this, 10,000 crores from the, and we've seen that tax collections have been sort of tepid this year. So I would like to see more details on that. But otherwise, overall, I would say it's a budget which has something for everyone.
And that's what you had expected?
That's what I was
expecting. You didn't expect a big bang budget this time at all?
No, I think that we have reached days where, we've crossed the days where we wanted big bangs. We now need our pain areas as industry addressed in several areas, whether it's process reforms, whether it's initiatives to promote exports, whether it's initiatives for supply chain de-risking, and all of it have been addressed.
Managing taxation in so many ways, to me, was perhaps one of the biggest takeaways. It affects, the common citizen. It impacts industry as well. The entire process of simplification, trying to ensure that, legal penalties are minimized. Is that a big takeaway for you from an industry standpoint?
I won't say it is a big takeaway. First of all, the beginning was that we were not expecting anything big bang at all. We wanted the budget to be consistent, stable, providing for long-term growth. Niti Aayog CEO, Mr. BVR Subramaniam, keep telling this. We are the fourth largest economy. We will become third largest economy. Do we look like one?
Yeah.
And for that, many building blocks are there. If you look at it, that is the building block that this budget provides.
Stable. So it's a building block to something much larger.
That is right. And in CII, we are very clear about that.
In fact, you mentioned Mr. BVR Subramaniam, CEO of the Niti Aayog. He's with us now. Thanks, Mr. Subramaniam, very much for being with us. This budget has been described as a building block, one that sort of eventually takes us towards our 2047 dreams. Is that how you actually see this? Because at one level, some would say it wasn't terribly exciting, but there was a lot of work to be done, which is what this budget perhaps addressed. Mr. Subramaniam, go ahead.
I've lost you. I've lost you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, we'll come. All right, great. A lot of people would suggest that this wasn't a very exciting budget, but another way of looking at it is that it performed a certain role towards getting us to where we want, with our 2047 sort of goal being center. Would you agree that that's what this budget is essentially all about?
So I couldn't hear you clearly. I presume you're asking about the overall direction of the budget about Viksit Bharat and where does it take you there. So let me tell you my own interpretation. The budget should be seen as a package deal to be seen and read along with the previous two budgets. The budget 2 years ago had a lot of focus on jobs and employment and skilling. Last year's budget had a lot of focus on manufacturing. The initiatives there are still being rolled out. This budget adds another layer. Its big focus is on services, and I think that's something which a lot of people are not capturing. The second focus is on continuing whatever initiatives there are in manufacturing and adding a few more. And the third, of course, is the focus on city-urban infrastructure and removing whatever pain points are there as far as taxation, manufacturing, and other areas are concerned. I think that is that. So, if you'd like, I'd like to elaborate on the services point, which a lot of people don't seem to be getting.
Yes, please go ahead.
Is that okay? Yeah. So now, why I'm calling it a services budget is because you see the number of initiatives that are there. Firstly, the FM has announced a standing committee on services. Now, that's a very important thing because services is not handled by any single ministry or department in government. It's probably spread over 40. This is the first time that the government is looking at services, not something which serves India, but serves the rest of the world. She's given a very clear target. We want to be having 10% of global services output in India and wants to make India a global services hub. And then look at the range of initiatives that are there. We're talking about 5 medical hubs. Medical hubs are for actually medical tourism and serving medical services to the rest of the world. There's an announcement of 5 university cities. There are nothing but educational hubs. We'll have a whole range of institutions and basically internationalize Indian education. Then there are a lot of initiatives in tourism, Ayush. They talk in 3 Indian institutes of Ayurveda. The other is the orange economy, where particularly they focus on the Indian Institute of Creative Technologies in Mumbai, along with 15,000 schools and 500 colleges to have labs for promoting the creative economy. And a lot of tax reform is focused on the service sector. A lot of decriminalization on the direct taxes. The safe harbor rules, the adjustments, is actually focusing on the GCCs. And that's a big success story of India for the last 3 years. Big employment generator, 1,600 GCCs, 2 million people employed there. And then the big play on data centers. Zero tax till 2047 for data centers is a very big step. So all these put together, I think, is a big play on services. There are a whole host of other ones which feed into it. So that's one. And in manufacturing, we are building on what was announced. We had the National Manufacturing Mission and a whole host of other initiatives last time. The NMM is about to be launched any time in the next couple of days. And then here, we have added new elements. We got the National Biopharma Mission. We have the expansion of the electronic component scheme. It was a super hit, oversubscribed. 20,000 crores been expanded to 40,000 crores. Semicon 2.0 has been announced. You talked about 3 chemical parks. There's a talk about...
Just pause this for a second to respond to the concern raised by some of the pundits earlier in the studio, saying that a 22-year tax holiday is not common, and the extent to which you think giving this tax holiday to those providing cloud services actually brings more of these data centers into the Indian geography.
So, we are a very strong IT power. We are the second most prepared economy as far as analysis is concerned on AI. Given that, I think India should become, and I think that's the general belief, a major center for providing data and other related services which emanate out of data centers, which is fundamentally AI related stuff. So this is a big play. You've had the IT sector, which was very successful. We had an equally successful GCC sector. This is about actually getting data centers to India, a very long tax holiday. How did the IT sector grow in India? It was the massive tax holiday they got for 25 years, both directly as well as through the SEZs. I mean, the Infosys headquarters is an SEZ even today, and they're still benefiting, a lot of them, from tax holidays which began long ago. This is a play which is going to be a big game changer. bring India on par in terms of being attractive for data center investments, and not just data. It's about services emanating from data centers, and I think that's the play that is hidden. And so that's why I see this as a very strong services focus, which has been missing in many, many earlier budgets, because services are always seen as something we do for our own citizens.
The things that's been done is the focus on healthcare. Dr. Sujitra Ella joins us. She runs Bharat Biotech. Ma'am, not just for your company in particular, but for the healthcare sector, the focus on medical tourism, the focus on biopharma, how is that likely to play out over the next 12 months in your view?
Oh, 12 months? I don't think anything will play out for us because Rahul, that was only when the pandemic happened that we could, we had to bring about, fast track processes and product development. What this actually now means to us is that for the industry, we have been servicing ourselves phenomenally well. In fact, I would say fantastically well, very high in terms of products and services and vaccines and biotherapeutic molecules, very affordable, competitive, and global quality standards, okay? But I think the crux of the matter right now is that with this kind of impetus coming, this is the first time I've heard in a budget where the biopharma sector has been just single-handedly picked out, and it almost came out in the very first few lines. We need to now catch on to the, to how we look at servicing the global scenario that is out there, which is very different from what we follow in India. The global scenario is very different, especially when it comes to the G20. It is mostly intellectual property driven. It is completely technology controlled, and the IP and the patents, which translate into patents, the IP, is all held by the large corporations that have developed new molecules and therapies and remedies and technologies over decades.
But Mr. Subramanian, this is something which I think most viewers would appreciate. The fact that whether it is semiconductors, whether it is data centers, biopharma, a lot of extra emphasis to the extent possible laid on emerging technological sectors. Yeah?
Absolutely, and it is important that we now have to rise to that levels of creating our own IP. That is important because when we control the IP, then the product is ours. And then when we go to the next levels of pharmacovigilance, we go to the extent of clinical trials, the information that has to be given, this has to be on global standards, which is what we did.
But Dr. Ella, let me just jump in and ask you a few pointed questions because there have been so many interesting things in healthcare.
Yeah.
Tell us how this works to create a network of 1,000 accredited trial sites to bolster biopharma, right? Yes. Number one. Number two, to develop our global biopharma hub, a 10,000 crore outlay over about 5 years, right? And focus on a strategy to include biopharma as a focused network. What does this mean for your industry in India and, impacting the world?
Any new molecule discovery, drug development is a long-drawn process. It is 5, 10, 15, 20 years. There are molecules that are 30 years in the making. We don't have a vaccine for HIV yet or for cancer therapies. So, and all these technologies are trial-centric. When I say trial-centric, they are animal trial-centric because we have to bring in safety data first in lab-level animals, which are approved internationally. And then we have the human trial centers, which are nothing but our medical institutions and colleges and research institutions that have the medical facilities, because they need to recruit volunteers for conducting the trials. These are done physical. I don't think AI can replace that at this point of time. Maybe sometime later on in the future we could. But as of now, we don't have a very strong base of such trial centers and sites which are required for international product development, which is very important.
So if we had this during the COVID period,
we did.
We as in India could have developed and deployed vaccines faster.
No, we did. We still had to go to the same medical institutions. We roped them in because, see, this is again not done overnight. The physicians, the teachers, the professors who are there, the clinical investigators, as we call them, they have to have this interest in creating a team of people that have to assist them in this process, because this is very data extensive.
Yes.
One is administering the product, the vaccine or the drug itself, then watching the volunteer. We don't call them patients, they're called volunteers. Even infants, even children for vaccines, in our case, our vaccines are, the trials are done in children, 6 months and 3 month old children. So the data is then studied over 2 years of time. So this calls for a very large established formats that have to be put in place in many of our medical colleges.
Kamal Bali now joins us. He runs Volvo in India. Outside of everything that happened in the budget, they just signed the India-EU trade deal, and we know there are a lot of companies, automobile companies out of Europe, very excited about the prospects for what this means for their business. Mr. Bali, do you want to give our viewers a sense of A, your take on the budget, and B, how you see the new India-EU trade deal impact sales of companies like Volvo in India?
Yeah, thank you, Rahul. I think, first of all, on the budget, I'm particularly pleased with the focus on manufacturing. And that's been the root of the problem in our country. Manufacturing has always been 13 to 15% of our GDP, whereas if you look at all major economies, it's manufacturing which has anchored them. Like if you look at Korea, China, Japan, manufacturing has been typically 22 to 25% of GDP. So we are way, way behind. So what happens is the focus on manufacturing, not only on the sunrise sectors, but also on the legacy sectors, which this budget has talked about. So that's very important. The first outcome of that is creating better quality jobs. If you really want jobs to be created, it's the manufacturing which is going to create jobs. So that's the multiplier. The second multiplier effect is that you correct your current account deficit. You produce more, therefore you will export more. Your exports will be more than imports. You will not have the pressure of current like 92 rupees to $1, what we are currently facing. Even though the rest of the economy or macro fundamentals are so good, whether it's inflation, whether it is growth rate, whether it is rating agencies upping rating on India, all of that is going very, very well. So therefore, manufacturing, focus on manufacturing, and I was surprised. First time in a budget, I hear a finance minister starting with manufacturing, and 7 sectors identified. So that's a very, very good story. There is a number of multiplier effects which I will not talk about.
Mr. Bali, you didn't answer part of Rahul's question.
I'm coming to that.
Please do. Are Volvo cars getting cheaper in India?
Absolutely.
Courtesy the deal with the EU.
No, absolutely. I think the
because he's in the market for a few of them.
No, absolutely. I think this is a very, very big outcome. The EU-India FTA. It's truly the mother of all the deals. Why I say so is because you are actually that EU economy is $20 trillion.
Right.
Out of that, 50% of that is trade, is foreign trade. So which means that you have a chance to look at the $10 trillion of exports, of potential exports market. Currently, we are just about $200 million. We are 2% of that. Look at when your tariffs become from 17 to 0. Today, you're not able to compete with Bangladesh. You're not able to compete with many, many other countries. So I think that the tariff advantage or lack of no tariffs is going to give you a huge, huge opportunity.
No, so by when do your vehicles become cheaper in India?
Yes.
And what should consumers really look out for in terms of not just yours, but the other European manufacturers?
So all manufactured, all luxury vehicles beyond a 25,000 euro limit, which means cars costing 30 lakhs and above, will have quotas, will have about say 5,000, 6,000 quotas, and that to that extent the duty on them will come down from starting from 110% to So 10% or 20%.
CBU, not CKD.
CBUs also CKD. There are different, So there are different over a period of time, over the next 5 years. So you can expect a huge reduction, and that's something which Europe is looking forward to with the growing middle income group in India. I think you will see that the demand for such cars, and if they find that there is enough demand, I think you have another manufacturing opportunity of those cars also being built in India. So to me, it's the focus on manufacturing and the EU-India FTA.
Do you buy this argument, Dr. Roy, that if they sell a lot of Volvo cars, for example, that they will lead to manufacturing in India? The other thing could be that they'd barely be able to exhaust the quota, whatever the quota is, whether it's 5,000 or 7,000. So to that extent, it gives the likes of Mr. Bali an upside in terms of his sales, but not necessarily prompting more manufacturing in India in the way the government would have wanted.
Yeah, obviously, because I don't think India is that well off that, the change in the duty structure is going to result in a large number of Volvos being manufactured here. Nor are we capable of manufacturing Volvos for the rest of the world, Volvos or Mercs or whatever it is. So that's work in progress. The second thing is that it doesn't really matter for our growth. It doesn't matter for not just our growth. Growth, bread and butter growth comes from, the bottom 20 to the top 20 to the top 50% in terms of the growth driver. So what would be interesting to see is whether this would result in a movement in the automobile industry in the non-luxury segment as well. That is where I'm hoping to see some
but in
action.
the small segment, the concessions aren't there.
Yeah.
They've kind of blocked it off at a certain 30 lakh rupee cap. So cars cheaper than that don't have these advantages
Yeah, so
of
you
a
do the
reduction.
math that you're talking about 1% of the population there. I'm a macroeconomist. It doesn't make a difference. It doesn't move my needle.
No. Let me come to this. The corollary to this is that manufacturing in India will get a leg up. Already, when it comes to trucks, I'm now announcing here, we at Volvo Group have decided to make India the 4th international hub for very heavy duty, top of the end trucks, each truck costing 1.5 crores. So India is going to become the complete manufacturing hub. And the mantra is very, very clear. You have to build in India.
With Eicher Motors. With Eicher Motors.
No, this is totally Volvo. So you have to build in India if you really want to compete in rest of the world. So the strategy is very clear. India for India and India for the world.
How much demand would there be for trucks of that size and at that price point? 1.5 crore rupees.
Very, very high. Very high. Very high. It's happening. The project is underway and it will happen.
Let's see
My point, Rahul, is that unless this happens, what is the point in having this trade deal? See, ultimately, I think that this is every such trade deal or every such liberalization measure should be tested on this basis that whether it leads to investment, higher FDI in India and thereby higher job creation in India.
But that's what he's saying, it will happen.
Yeah. So, no, but
so it is happening.
That's the whole point. That's the whole point. That is what we should be most interested in.
I think the good thing about the Indo-EU FTA as opposed to the ASEAN FTA, etc., is much more complementary, the two economies.
That's right.
So we are not exactly competing with fellow Asian producers. In this case, technology transfers, investments, we buy some of their high-end goods, we can sell more low-end kind of mass labor like textile goods. So in that sense, there is, and of course, the sensitive areas where agriculture were not included in the deal.
But Radhika Kapoor, it also makes the point that it's usually during a crisis of some kind that we're able to find the political wherewithal to be able to push a deal like this through. Had we not faced these Trump tariff headwinds, maybe it would have been that much tougher to find the negotiating room to cross the finishing line.
I mean, I think absolutely the India-EU trade deal has now been in the making for almost 2 decades.
23 years.
And then that conversation stopped in 2013 and it picked up only very recently in 2022. And I think if there hadn't been an urgency on both sides to diversify their export markets, I completely doubt this would have fructified. Yeah. I mean, the speed at which it has happened, given the way the conversation has evolved over the last 2 decades, it's absolutely surprising. So, I mean, indeed, it is the case that, it is only in times of adversity do we really...
But the larger problem that you're facing, Mr. Bali, which is not just directly linked to this budget, is the likes of Xiaomi, BYD, whether it's in European markets or American markets, are really outpacing a lot of their European automobile rivals. So how are you hoping to deal with that?
No, I think that the value proposition, ultimately it's a matter of value proposition, how you sell. Starting with the brand can get only certain amount of premium. At the end of this, the whole bill of material cost your manufacturing cost, your conversion cost, the quality standards. You have to compete on them, Rahul. There's no shortcut to that. I mean, you can be a Volvo, you can be anyone. You ultimately have to perform. You have to.
We're seeing now Ford in the United States in talks with Xiaomi. Do you think that is just inevitably the direction in which things will head?
I don't know. I mean, I just cannot comment on the level of the discussion, their objectives. But I'm very happy about India, EU, FTA.
No,
I think this
in
is...
the EV space, what does that mean for European car manufacturers in India? Is there anything that encourages imports of EVs at lower prices?
No, I think we will have to see that over a period of time. I think that the focus right now is on vehicles, on a particular, what I believe from the car manufacturers, on a particular level of vehicles.
Right.
They want to test out the Indian market. They want to test the Indian space with a larger target audience to be captured. So I think they are going to do that. But one thing is clear, and I can confirm this to all of you, that it will be later on manufacturing in India for anything. I can confirm on the trucks which we handle. So it will be completely at component level manufacturing in India. And that's the key thing. And that's the major shift which is happening for the first time in our independent history. Because even when in 92 reforms, which were one of the finest reforms we've had in 92, the component level manufacturing never came into play. Right. We were doing aggregates or assemblies, So I think this makes a huge difference.
No, this argument that is made that it boosts manufacturing, do you see that happen? What kind of time period would you lay out, Dr. Roy, to actually see the benefits of increased manufacturing as a result of these trade deals?
Well, these trades will help us increase manufacturing. They will not guarantee it. I mean, then Mr. Baliga is right. I mean, our curse in India is we are one of the lowest productivity economies in the G20. Unless we improve productivity and improve wages, which is what Ford did in America, and then people who work in those factories can buy cars, that's the kind of, I don't like the word development for that reason, prosperity cycle that we need to bring about. And it's all a private sector game. So you can facilitate that as government with a trade deal here or a tax cut there. But ultimately the nub is this. Can we improve productivity or not? Now, take trucks. Volvo is not the first multinational company to making trucks here. Ashok Leyland has multinational origins. Tata has multinational origins. Why? Because this does not depend on the top 1% of the population. You don't need that to sell trucks. Trucks are important logistics. There's a huge logistics market, and Volvo coming is welcome because that will increase productivity in the truck industry. People will hopefully pay them better. I mean, I would love you to pay your workers enough to pay income tax. That's kind of minimum. And if you can do that, then they will go and buy cars. They may not buy Volvos. They'll buy Maruti Suzuki. That is the kind of sweet spot we want to be in. But the key there is we have to be productive. Let me give you an example. You'd agree with me that Apple and Samsung, both Tamil Nadu, great state and all that, are great companies to have blue-collar jobs. The median wage paid in Samsung or Apple is 23,000 rupees.
That's it?
Yeah. We are not competing on productivity. And when you go and talk to them, they say because you're not productive. Your productivity is 1/3 that of Vietnam. Now, if our productivity was same as Vietnam, we could have a split, right?
But why would it be so much lesser than a Vietnam?
Because we are a low productivity country. Our skills are poor.
No, but Professor
our
Roy,
workplace management is poor. We have huge productivity issues in this country.
No, while agreeing with you, I think that this also requires an explanation of how does one increase it. And don't you think that it also related to the fact that our investment in R&D, how we skill our workforce, all of these are very important.
All this is true, but the point is, this is not government's job.
No.
Society's job.
This is the job of both the private sector and the government. How can you just say that it is not the government job? You look at what is the public expenditure that we are spending on R&D. We don't even discuss it.
Okay.
We don't even discuss it.
But Ratin, to your point on productivity, I mean, productivity moves hand in hand with firm size. So the problem of productivity moves in tandem with the firm size distribution in India. The reason why in Volvo you see that higher productivity is because the firm size is much larger. And in those firms which hire more people, are larger in size, wages are also higher. So it's kind of a chicken and egg problem.
But it's not happening with Samsung and it's not happening with Apple, and that is what is worrying me. Their firm sizes are large, but productivity is low.
No, there's also the issue of
it's the first step
decoupling.
on the ladder. So as they get more trained, because it's a very different culture. We're not used to that armies of blue-collar laborers working in electronics factories. So
But then again, it answers your question, Rahul, then wait another 15 years.
Well, there's also the issue of decoupling between productivity growth and wage growth.
Okay,
that
all
happens
of
in
you
a
hold on
labor
for 1
surplus
second.
economy.
We've got a few more of our guests joining in. Dr. Niranjan Hiranandani is with us, and Mr. Rajan Navani as well. Dr. Hiranandani, thanks very much for being with us. Are you encouraged by this budget? In fact, we don't have him as yet.
So let's
We've
ask
got Rajan
Rajan, because
Navani.
we've seen focus,
Mr.
Rajan.
Navani, how would you look at this budget? Are you encouraged by what you see? Has it done enough?
Yes, I think, most budgets, everyone looks only for what's going to happen in the year. But I think this budget has clearly set out a very strong growth-oriented agenda. And if it's taken with the 2047 point of view, which is for a long-term growth agenda for India, I think a lot of emphasis has been put on building, infrastructure, mission mode-like innovation ecosystems, committees. A lot has been done, and I think even when you look at technology and the way India will position itself, both deepening Bharat for inclusivity, but also on the global stage, I think it's got a lot of those components that have been covered. Particularly for me, what is exciting is, the entire focus on unlocking not only the young technology, but also the creative talent of India. I think the big emphasis, and the first time the Prime Minister has ever talked of our Honorable Finance Minister and of course our Prime Minister both have mentioned, the conversion of our soft power into an orange economy. So really, how do you unlock economic power from, so many of the creative industries that India has had, typically for many years, but never been able to unlock it. We have, as Jet Synthesis, pioneered the orange economy in India, and we are truly excited about those announcements. Also, when you see the Indian Institute of Creative Technologies, which are very unique public-private partnership, and I sit on the board of that
involved in the IICT project, and the fact that it finds a reference in the budget for the first time.
Correct. Rahul, you have been part of that.
Economy and all the...
Yeah. Sorry.
Go on, Rajan.
No, go ahead. Sorry. Yeah.
No, I was.
No, I said you were mentioning, right?
What's happening at IICT, and the fact that this finds mention in the finance minister's speech for the first time.
Yeah, absolutely. And, as a matter of fact, a lot of good work has already happened. What's the beauty of this platform? It's a very strong, trusted, collaborative platform between government and industry. 34% with the central ministry, 14% with Maharashtra state, 52% with industry, right? That's the structuring. So I think it's giving a new way of thinking where new ideas, new capabilities, new skills. If you see content creation is what the Honorable Finance Minister mentioned, in 15,000 schools, would never have been thought of, earlier, or in 500 colleges. And this is just the beginning. Because, even if you think of AI as some, where a lot of the routine jobs will move out of, where the passions of young people lie, new jobs will get created. And I think this is India's the youngest country. We are the rising generation in the world. So the ability to unlock that creative power, I think, is a big one that has also seen, light in this budget. So yeah, I'm truly excited about many of that.
Hiranandani, because one of the announcements was that there would be real estate investment trusts set up for central public sector undertakings. Now, how do you see this play out, and what kind of value do you think can potentially, Mr. Hiranandani, be unlocked with these new REITs?
Hugely, because look at the Bombay Port Trust. The Bombay Port Trust land, just one property of the central government over here, would be at least worth 50,000 crores of rupees in terms of the value which the government would be able to raise. And if you look at an equal funding coming from the private sector for the purposes of development, just the Port Trust, one property in South Mumbai could be 1 lakh crores of development which can take place in a period of 5 years. So the answer is yes, there is a lot of possibility to do so in terms of this sector. The idea was started from actually the road sector, where actually the investment trusts have taken place and quite successful. So I think the multiplier effect of that will be very high. But what was really expected was this year was probably other set of reforms. However, I think the focus is more on the challenge which Trump has brought us to India. And we have focused more on the idea of being Atmanirbhar in terms of it, and hence the focus on industry development and challenges which are there at the international level first, before we really look at the reforms.
This, Ratin Roy, can potentially be a big idea. Unlocking value through real REITs, and the fact that this is probably the least controversial way to do it. It worked beautifully in the roadway sector. Can it be applied in the same way with all the land that our public sector undertakings have?
Absolutely. Absolutely. REITs are the way forward. And there are other things we can do. I mean, the Singapore model for public housing, I've argued for a long time, the biggest constraint in doing affordable housing is land. Government of India, Bharat Sarkar, is India's largest landowner.
Yeah.
So it's not just public sector undertakings. I would also venture to suggest we should also look at military land. There's a chicken farm in Bangalore that is inhibiting the growth of the IT sector between Azim Premji's outfit and the airport.
This is probably less controversial than trying to sell outright. You sell to builder A, builder B. It can become a big mess.
The land. You can give it out. That's why I said Singapore model. You can use a 99-year lease model. You can do many such things. But the one thing you should not do is build public housing and then not let people buy it.
REITs are generally more for office complexes, not for land per se, because land does not have any kind of yield, right? So it's for existing.
All right, can I just...
You've heard the insights. I'll just highlight some of the points which we want to draw your attention to. But subsequently, of course, we'll answer all your questions. All the secretaries are here with me. So this budget being the first one, as the Honorable Prime Minister said 2 days ago, this being the first one for the second quarter of this century, also leading towards Vikasit Bharat 2047. We are laying the path and giving a push to the economy to maintain the growth momentum. And for that growth momentum or sustained economic growth, which we want to ensure, primarily we are looking at building the ecosystem with structural reforms which will go on. Reforms have been carried out. We are continuing to do the reform activities, so it will continue with an aim to make sure that we create enough environment for improving productivity and making sure employment is generated. Also, technology, 21st century, this century is completely driven by technology. So we will ensure that technology is brought in to benefit the common man, to make sure common man benefits in the sense of ease of doing living, or for his business to prosper, or for farmers for greater productivity, or better logistics, whatever. So technology for benefiting every common man. And above all, with all this, inclusive development. Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, and that is why you heard me bringing in schemes which have good allocations for bringing better health facilities, creating a cadre of people, not cadre in that sense, but a bulk of people who can come in as health workers, paramedics, and so on. And also making sure we are able to provide dignified opportunities for Divyang. Mental health has also received a lot of attention. So these are the side for Vikasit Bharat and making sure Sabka Vikas hoega. But the idea is the advantage and the momentum that we gained since after COVID by increasing public capital expenditure will continue. We've announced that 12.2 lakh crores are coming through public expenditure this time. It is 4.4% of the GDP. I'd like you all to please notice that, which is the highest, at least in the last 10 years. It could even be highest if you were to take data earlier. No increment in capital expenditure, sustained fashion, has happened ever before. This one marking 4.4% of the GDP. Then what are the kind of things which will happen through it? You will have dedicated freight corridors. I've named Dankuni in the east, Surat in the west. Then I've also highlighted that 20 new national waterways, not national highways, national waterways are being planned. And again there, those are going to pass through some of the critical mineral areas. Orissa, where the mineral-rich state, you have the waterways taking it to the port. And the two ports have been identified, Paradip and Dhamra. Similarly, we are also making sure that the coastal cargo movements will be enabled through a cargo route, so that through the coastal area we are able to cut down on cost of movement of goods. City economic regions, developing them is a very big new measure that we are coming up with. And for that, an allocation of 5,000 crore per city economic region. Imagine the amount, 5,000 crores in 5 years, 1,000 crore per year per city is being given, and the emphasis is going to be largely on tier 2, tier 3 cities. And then talking of infrastructure further, with the capital expenditure coming with the big number, you're having also the high-speed rail corridors, 7 of them announced. The destinations are clear, so that they become the bridge for all these economical robust centers. So those are for making sure that the infrastructure and the capital expenditure are getting tied up, and the country benefits from the ripple effects that these can bring in. The 7 strategic and frontier sectors in which we've highlighted that will increase productivity and also have new investments come in and give emphasis for India's own brand on those things is on the biopharma sector. I think that's going to be a big change in the way in which we are looking at giving capacity for those who are able to research, who are able to undertake research and development. So 10,000 crore initiative again over five years for domestic biologics and biosimilar production. This is a clear message and backed with enough substance that India's lead in the pharmaceutical sector should be kept intact, but at the same time bring in newer ways of helping the pharma sector, and also because it has an impact on human health. Semiconductor mission had 2 major announcements that will improve the India stack and also the IP related matters. Electronic components manufacturing scheme for 40,000 crores is a major encouragement for electronics to become self-sufficient. We have also announced establishing rare earth corridors so that India can face and be able to meet its own requirements with its materials. So once we identify and are able to explore these minerals and process them, make them available for us, our dependency on external sources for bringing in the rare earths will be lesser. And we've identified the states where we want to establish this rare earth corridors. They are going to be in Orissa, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, and Tamil Nadu. So these are very important developments, and they are going to have multiple decadal impact on the Indian economy. Our dependence on magnets and rare earths will be brought down. 3 dedicated chemical parks, again for reducing our import dependence. High-tech tool rooms for research, that will be set up in 2 locations. Very important thing is about the construction equipment being imported. That could be for building tunnels or metros or high energy and also heavy duty equipments which we are relying on imports. We want to manufacture them in India, and that is why I said, how does it affect a common man? It affects because firefighters today have novel, new, big ticket and small, very small firefighting tools and weapons or equipments. We don't have them in this country. That's why if there is a fire accident in some very congested area, our equipments are not able to reach those points. Whereas there are equipments which today are produced abroad, which can navigate those small corridors and go save people's lives. Whether they or huge ones, all of which we want to make sure that we will have production in this country itself, whether they are tunnel boring or anything else, from small to big, we want to bring in those very impactful infrastructure into India. So we'll support domestic manufacturing. Then container manufacturing is another, which we'll support. I think I've gone in detail talking about the textile support in various forms. one very important announcement was made, Mahatma Gandhi Gram Swaraj Initiative, which will make sure khadi, handloom, handicrafts will all be brought in, and one district, one product will all be brought in this initiative, and we'll be able to support rural artisans, rural workers, and handloom weavers in those areas. Legacy industrial corridors have got saturated. Manufacturing happening there is now very constricted because they are not able to bring in newer robotics and others. So we want to upgrade these legacy industrial clusters so that they become cost competitive and efficiency comes into these places. Even more important is the champion MSMEs, small and medium industries, entrepreneurs, MSMEs, who are going to be given all the support, and three-pronged approach is being taken up there. We are giving equity support, we are giving also liquidity support, above all professional support for them, so that MSMEs, the equity support is supported by a 10,000 crore SME fund, growth fund. Above all, we are also topping up the Self-Reliant India Fund with 2,000 crores. So MSMEs should not feel any dearth of resources for equity. Similarly, they shouldn't feel any difficulty for liquidity in their hands, because the TREADS platform will now be treated almost as a backed up, security backed up instrument with which they'll be able to discount and get their monies. For professional support, we're working with the chartered accountant and cost accountant institutes so that they can create corporate mitras who can help these MSMEs in filing their returns, doing their accounts, and so on. Above all, for youth and training, there's so much. You've heard this speech, so I won't want to take your time on it. High-powered education to employment enterprise, standing committees being formed so that they can recommend measures for service sector as a core driver of Vikasit Bharat. Part B concentrated a lot on tax and related concessions that are being offered. More importantly is the process simplification which has been announced. So elaborate measures have been taken. You will be able to also seek clarification if you want. New export opportunities for fishermen who can go into the economic India's zones, high seas, and also assess and access the global markets. The one very touching, and I really was moved by this proposal, is where we have identified 17 drugs or medicines which are going to be basic custom duty exempt, which are important for cancer patients. Similarly, 7 more rare diseases are added to the import exemption list of the import duties. Baggage clearance and personal items which you bring in when you travel are all being given enhanced duty-free allowance. Besides that, there are quite a few direct tax and indirect tax proposals. Decriminalizing the penalty proceedings and support to the IT sector are some of the high points. As an opening remark, I'll conclude here. I'm sure you'll be able to ask questions and seek clarification. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll start this question, taking the questions. First question is 17.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Shishir here from Hindu Business Line. Ma'am, my question is that under the miscellaneous capital receipt, the provision is 80,000 crore rupees. And last year, the provision was 47,000 crore, which has been reduced to 37,000 crore rupees now. Does this mean that there will be more equity monetization this year, or there will be more focus on the asset monetization of CPSEs?
So you've got it rightly. The intent is that we will have a very strong asset monetization plan in place. Last year, ma'am had announced in the budget that there will be a pipeline prepared, which is being done. So we hope to reap the dividends from that.
238.
Ma'am, Timsi Jaipuria, this side from CNBC TV 18. I just wanted to know the rationale behind the hike in STT in futures and options.
So, first of all, I believe some confusion. In fact, the question that you have asked rightly reflects the announcement itself, that the only change made in STT is in the future and options. All the other STT rates remain the same. The primary objective of raising the tax rates on STT has been that it is felt that when you look at the volume of transactions in futures and options, whether you compare it to the size of GDP or size of the underlying securities market, it is largely in the realm of heavy speculation, which results in losses to small, retail, unsophisticated investors. And the government's intention is to discourage speculative tendencies, and the increase in rate is essentially in that direction. So it is meant to essentially handle the systemic risk in derivative markets. Even after this in transactions, that is happening there. This is the reason.
54.
मैम तरुण शर्मा फ्रॉम जी बिजनेस। मैम आपने पूरा बजट जो है वो न्यू एमर्जिंग सेक्टर पे बड़ा फोकस रखा है। मैम मेरा सवाल आपसे दो हैं यदि आप अलाउ करें। एक मैम आपने जो एक्साइज ड्यूटी का कैलकुलेशन किया है वो पिछले बजट एस्टिमेट से इस बजट एस्टिमेट में तकरीबन 22% की ग्रोथ देखने को मिली है। दूसरा मैम जो आपने एमएसएमई के लिए कहा कि जो ट्रांजैक्शंस होंगे उसके लिए आप एक्सचेंज प्लेटफॉर्म का यूज़ करना होगा, तो क्या मैम ये सीपीएसईज के लिए कंपलसरी होगा जो डिस्काउंट ट्रेडिंग की जो बात है? थैंक यू।
I'll take the second question, ma'am. So, हाँ, ये CPSEs के लिए मैंडेटरी होगा कि डिस्काउंटिंग एज वेल एज नॉन डिस्काउंटेड बिल्स दोनों को ही ट्रेड्स पे करना होगा ताकि वो 45 दिन में भुगतान MSME को कर पाएँ, और ये हर तरह से चेक कर लिया गया है कि ये हो सकता है. So we want to make CPSEs as pioneers. We hope, like ma'am has said in her speech also, that other corporates will also follow.
On excise.
Increased by 22%, sir, from last year B to this year.
Because there is from 1st of February, all the tobacco products have come back into excise, and all those revenues will account for the increase of the next year.
209.
Ma'am, Prakash Priyadarshi from ET now. The budget has announced restructuring of PFC and REC. What will this restructuring look like? And does this also mean that these NBFC will be merged going forward?
What is the later part of your question? That these NBFCs are not going to?
Will be merged going forward?
Yeah, I've said we are rationalizing it. You'll get to know as we go forward. We want to streamline it, and therefore we'll be taking some steps. We'll let you know the moment we decide how to cope with it.
234.
Hello, ma'am. Harsh Kumar from Business Standard. Ma'am, two questions. One is, you said that a high-level committee will be formed on the banking reforms in order to 2047. Are we going further for any kind of merger or something, since government is continuously saying that we need at least two of the big banks, at least of the top 20 banks. So are we going towards that?
No, first of all, when I say that it's going to be a high-level committee which is going to look into it, the terms of reference will be prepared, and we are looking at committee to go into the entire expanse of the banking sector so that they come up with recommendations which help us to plan for banking for 2047. We need, by the time we become a Vikasit Bharat, 2047 is our goal. We need to understand what are the other steps that we need to take in the banking area, and based on the recommendations, we'll go forward. But we have the Secretary Department of Financial Services. We'll ask him to also give us, please.
Ma'am, I think you have rightly responded. There are a large number of aspects relating to the banking requirement. For example, the credit to the GDP, commercial credit to the GDP ratio low, and the expansion of the banking network, and what kind of the procedures currently we have that is impeding both the deposits as well as credit. All those aspects will be looked at by an expert panel, a committee, and well, we will definitely have TOR, and then also consult the all the stakeholders, and the government will take a view on how to lay strong foundation for 2047 Viksit Bharat.
Ma'am, one more question. 229. Left side, yes.
Ma'am, Premangshu from Ananda Bazar Patrika. Ma'am, have you consciously avoided announcing any bonanza for the pole-bound states? And secondly, can you elaborate on this East Coast corridor, industrial corridor you announced?
See, the industrial corridors are very critical for supply chains. We need a predictable mineral, rare earth and magnet related products to be made available for India's manufacturing, whether it's lithium ion, whether it's automobile sector, whether it's the new age solar. You need these rare earths to be processed and be made available. We have enough raw materials. The coastal areas are rich in these minerals. And therefore, states also felt, I must credit that the interaction that I had with the finance ministers pre-budget, many states felt that there are rare earths which they can utilize. We then sat up in the budget group that we have, Revenue Secretary, DFL, Secretary DA, and thrashed out, talking with the states. What are the kind of things that we can do so that their capacities to extract these minerals, process them, make them something which the industry can benefit from. So India can be less dependent on imports of these materials. That is where, having spoken to states, we thought it's very important to recognize the corridor and give a policy for it so that industries can invest, private sector can come in, governments, state and center can come together on it. That is where these corridors were announced. And looking at the success of the defense corridor, I can confidently say these rare earth corridors will make that big a difference to the Indian economy. The first question, I think there's enough to cover all the election states. If I do, you will ask me, why have you done it only for the election states? Now I've done it for election and non-election states as well. You want me to spell out what has been done only for the election states? I'm quite happy to do it.
262, front. At the front, please. Here, front side. Front row.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Sapna Das here from CNBC TV 18. Two quick questions. Just wanted to understand the gross borrowing at over 17 lakh odd crore. Would the government look at it as being on the higher side? Just asking that. And within that also, if you look at your net tax revenue stream, of course, B to RE, it's higher. And a lot of concessions have been given away both on direct and indirect taxes. But the trend seems to be a bit flat, around 28 lakh odd crore. So if you could explain to us, how is this entire thing looking? And second, ma'am, in terms of the disinvestment aim, 80 odd thousand crores, would this also include IDBI stake sale sometime in FY27, ma'am? Thank you very much.
So you've covered a number of secretaries all at one go. So on the borrowings, no, we don't think it's on the higher side because the net market borrowings are in the range of 11.73, which is been plus around that number for the last couple of years. The larger number is because we have 5.5 lakh crores which have to be repaid this year. So to that extent, we don't think that it's a large number. We have a plan how to manage this. And according to that plan, which also gets released from time to time, the markets would also know, as well as all of you all.
4,
On the tax stream, because of some concessions that were given this year, there has been some course correction. But if you look at the next year, the direct tax is growing at 11.4% and continues to be 3.1% of the GDP. The total collection would be 6.9%. The indirect tax excise is growing very healthily because of the base correction, the base which has got added. Customs too is showing a decent buoyancy. So on the tax revenue, I think we are looking up. And even GST, as you would have seen the collection figures today, after rate rationalization, the buoyancy which we had expected, and in this hall we had discussed about it, you can see that coming back on that tax.
Hi, ma'am. Meghna Mittal from Money Control. The fiscal deficit target that you have set for next year from 4.4 to 4.3 is being seen as very, very gradual. Is there a specific reason, or is it because of the global uncertainties as one of the major factors for being such a gradual fiscal consolidation path?
I would have thought you'll appreciate it being gradual. Because particularly fiscal, drastic changes don't go down well. One or the other section gets hurt. We will have to be gradual, but yet keep it well within that band which gives confidence. And to show that we care for fiscal.
We take a very quick break. We return on the other side with more reactions on the budget and the impact this has on the economy in the fiscal ahead. Details coming up on NDTV on the other side of a very quick break. Stay with us.
From the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. Live from the NDTV newsroom, weekdays at 4 p.m.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
Front lines of Kargil, the fury of Operation Sindhu,
so many attacks,
the chaos and cries of disaster zones, to fighter jet cockpits, and the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break, live, unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Center.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France. In Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig, until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground Not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
A very special moment for us as we announce NDTV Masterstroke, the NDTV Art Awards.
M3M presents NDTV Masterstroke Art Awards. An odyssey of creative brilliance where the masterpiece meets its ultimate recognition.
NDTV bringing this subject forward would have a great integrity of putting it forward where people could understand the importance of art.
This award that is being started, I'm sure is going to be amazing.
Art for India and for Indians is an expression of our Atmanirbharta.
It's actually quite a formidable jury, so I think we'll reveal a lot more as we go along.
This is an amazing platform, I think, today what you're doing.
I have always had this inclination towards art, and if we don't collaborate and bring those artists forward, give them a platform, who else will?
Honoring the masters who define our cultural landscape, M3M presents NDTV Masterstroke Art Awards on the NDTV network.
21 days in Kashmir. People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered list of things I saw and observed on the ground.
Very special ground report from the line of control. There were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling.
They're now India's smallest but possibly the most powerful crime family. Cough syrup has killed at least 25 children. Gaikwad sahab, aise mat kijiye. Suddenly people are wondering about the weaponization of India-Pakistan cricket. We live and breathe elections. You will not believe your eyes or ears when I show you what I'm about to do.
And for a country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at high altitude.
We're standing on the Indian Navy's newest warship.
The line of control, Shivarur, NDTV.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying। सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो हनी सिंह। लेकिन फिर ब्लॉकबस्टर कहानी में आया एक ट्विस्ट, 7वें आसमान से सीधा गिरा मैं जमीन पर। फिर क्या, खुद पे काम दोबारा शुरू, फैंस ने फिर प्यार दिखाया, फिर स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बनाया। है ना मेरी जिंदगी एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म। शुक्रिया आपकी प्रेयर्स का और आपके प्यार का। कॉन्सर्ट्स तो आपने बहुत देखे होंगे, बट दिस इज गोना बी कॉन्सर्ट ऑफ अ लाइफटाइम, क्योंकि मेरे फैंस ही हैं मेरी विक्ट्री, मेरी हिस्ट्री, मेरी ग्लोरी। सो कम एंड विटनेस यो हनी सिंह, दिस इज माय स्टोरी।
NDTV Golf Pro-Am, in partnership with PGTI, comes to you from the heart of South Mumbai at the historic Willingdon Sports Club. The city's classic layout provides the ideal canvas as India's finest golfers share the fairways with the country's top corporate leaders, Mumbai style. Watch at these heights.
NDTV 24/7, total domination in Davos. The world's biggest voices first. Iconic visionary Bill Gates. World Bank President Ajay Banga. IMF Chief Kristalina Georgieva. IBM CEO and President Arvind Krishna. India's AI Minister Ashwini Vaishnav. NDTV is India's voice in the world. First interview with Maharashtra Chief Minister. First interview with Andhra Chief Minister. First interview with Assam Chief Minister. India's first ground event in Davos. NDTV puts India on the global stage. Davos, domination, no debate.
इनको यहाँ से जाना ही होगा।
There is no bigger battle in 2026. And nobody has reported Bengal like I have. Buckle up for an unforgettable election thriller. Will the BJP breach Mamta's fortress?
TMC जावे, BJP आसपे.
Can Didi fight off her life's biggest challenge?
BJP double engine সরকার এই লড়াই বাঁচতে হবে.
Battleground Bengal with Manogya Loiwal.
Mumbai are bringing our first India tour in your city. Rag on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets on Live Your City by Fever.
Other opposition parties.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down.
Stop.
This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only
Hello and welcome. You're watching this NDTV post-budget special. This is a union budget that lays a lot of emphasis on emergent technologies, lays a lot of emphasis on trying to improve people's ease of living, ease of doing business. To what extent has it succeeded in delivering the message the finance minister wanted in this her 9th budget, record of 9 straight successive budgets? I have a very smart panel joining me here at the CII headquarters in New Delhi. I want to begin by introducing N.K. Singh, well-known economist, chairperson of the 15th Finance Commission. Remember, the 16th Finance Commission report being accepted by the finance minister. We can try and understand from Mr. N.K. Singh what that is likely to mean. We have with us Chandrajit Banerjee, runs CII as his Director General. Welcome, sir. Thank you very much for joining us. I have Shashwat Goenka. He runs CESC in Kolkata and is looking at how not just young India, but corporate India is looking at this budget. I have Narayan Sethuraman. He's the co-chairperson of the trade policy of CII and managing director at Sanmar Engineering. And R. Mukundan is the president designate of CII and the CEO of Tata Chemicals. I want to start by asking Chandrajit Banerjee for his assessment basis all the members that you've been speaking to about what they like and what they don't like about this unit budget, which is said to be a no-nonsense, keep it steady, forward-looking kind of budget.
One of the things that really came out and everybody likes it, there was no negative shockers, of course, but that's set aside.
Except for the stock markets to some extent.
The stock market, something that nobody wants to talk about because nobody wants to nobody understands how it behaves and when it behaves the way it behaves. But let's leave that aside. But really talking about the positive side of it is we've seen a strong macroeconomic fundamental in the budget, which is very strong. It shows that India is on a strong wicket. If you really see the numbers, if you see the fiscal, you see the glide path, if you see the debt to GDP ratios, these are very strong indicators globally as well as confidence for doing business in and with India. I think that's one thing which has stood out very strongly in the budget. The second part of it is the focus that it has had on, if you really look at the future, the way it's focused on manufacturing and the way it focused on even MSME, the capital support scheme and all of that, the labor intensive manufacturing, the focus on textiles, been very, very crucial and critical. The third feature, which everybody's talking about, the focus on infrastructure, which is just phenomenal, because that really leads to the second-tier cities, the third-tier cities, and that leads to a lot of not only business opportunities, but the cost of doing business coming down, etc. But one big, I shouldn't say surprise, but one big ask which has really been fulfilled has been the continued focus on the state capex, the public capex being kept in the way in which will. Last 1 year we have seen the private sector crowding in, and I see this to be a great boost for the private sector to crowd in. And I'll end with one point: is the people focus through not only just skilling, but when you look at education and healthcare focuses, I think there is a lot for India in this budget.
NK Singh, you've seen budgets going back decades. This budget seeming very different because there's a election in 4 states. She's not really mentioning any of the schemes for those states, at least publicly. What does that suggest? The government thinks it's sitting pretty and doesn't need to appear to be politically aggressive at the moment?
Oh, well, you should have Rahul listen to this very question, which in the press conference a few minutes ago, Finance Minister was asked. She answered by saying, if you want me to list out what has been done for the states which are going for election, I can happily
No, so I'm making a different point. I'm saying usually before an election, they'll say Bihar this, UP this, West Bengal this. They haven't done that in this election. It's a very conscious choice, of course.
But many of the generic features which she has pointed out would benefit also the states in a substantial way who are going to face elections very shortly. Look at the whole range of issues which she has covered. And I think that therefore it is, if you ask me, quite sanguine that budgets are designed for the growth of the economy as a whole, for inclusive growth, all-round growth, instead of focusing from episodic times. You know, Rahul, of course, that unfortunately we have this relentless cycle of state elections, and that each year, if the election cycle breaks the governance cycle, that India would get very poor quality of governance. Hence, I take some pride of having participated as a member of the One Nation, One Day election. And this has now reached an advanced stage. It is with the Parliamentary Select Committee, and that will rationalize over a period of time this constant needling of state election cycles, displacing the focus on governance.
So the big message, Shashwat, really is the focus on all these emerging sectors, the semiconductor mission 2.0, data centers, cloud services, getting tax concessions. Do you think this will lead to a spur in these new and emerging technologies?
Absolutely. When you look at today's budget, one core thrust area has been manufacturing in the 7 sub-segments, right, which includes the semiconductor and the electronic space, where 40,000 crores has been laid out. Similarly, like you said, tax concessions, customs concessions in different new emerging sectors for data centers. These are all industries which are important from a growth of economy standpoint. They are important because they will generate huge amounts of employment as well. And for a country as young as ours, employment is going to become an important predictor of success. And we have 65% of our population under the age of 35. And it is for those people to now start actively contributing to the economy where employment needs to come in. And I think today's budget has addressed multiple sectors which will generate that level of employment. And today's budget also spoke about the gap, or addressing the gap between the needs of work versus the skills that today's the youth have. And how can we use AI to propel economic growth?
Mr. Mukundan, the focus on manufacturing, do you think the budget has done enough to be actually able to spur manufacturing beyond the manufacturing which was being planned earlier?
So there are 3 broad themes in manufacturing. I want to dive each one much deeper. The first one, she spoke about scale. The scale is in broadly 4 areas. I think many of that, I think Shashwat has already highlighted, whether it be rare earth, whether it be chemical parks, whether it be with respect to the solar panels being made, a lithium battery, and also the whole element around textile mega park. But what I found very interesting in this whole building scale is that she used a word called challenge mode. I think we need to dig deep into that. These are not going to be executed in the business as usual. They're going to be business beyond usual. I think this is not going to go to the lowest bidder, or it's probably going to go in some other direction in terms of quality of output and outcome. So that is one part on the scale. The second piece is we have often ignored our legacy industrial parks. These were set up in 1950s, 60s, 70s, and some of the companies are actually based there. They face gross inefficiencies. If you look at the industrial park in Okla or Noida, which was set up in 70s and 80s, the infrastructure lags behind the new ones. The whole issue related to technology has not been injected. So she has spoken about 200 such parks where she's going to sort of inject these two. And the third is, of course, the backbone, which already Chandrajit spoke about, which is the MSME sector. In MSME, again, there's a whole slew of, first one, of course, access to market by linking threads with gems. Then there's an equity infusion support. Then there's a credit working capital support. So all in all, I think it sort of covers the whole gamut of manufacturing. But I want to go into a different element of manufacturing. She has not just focused on manufacturing alone, but saying green manufacturing. If you look at the whole element of, let's say, sodium antimony for solar panels, if you look at lithium components for lithium battery storage, if you look at nuclear power plant, if you look at biosyn gas, each one of them, when you add all that up, is actually green energy transition. Lastly, for hard to abate sector, which is something which we all have to grapple with if you have to hit our 2070 target, sectors like power sector, the steel sector, chemical sector, they all need to get onto new technology, and there's a thrust on carbon capture and use for the first time in the budget. We have a plant in UK which does carbon capture and use. These are now getting more and more proven. I think getting them under the ambit of what we call as what is doable, I think is a creditable step.
Narayan Sethuraman?
I want to add one more thing, Rahul. I think in addition to that, in every one of the themes, there's technology and AI. And to back that up has been this tax-free exemptions for data centers. So it sort of all ties in a very, very holistic way.
No, do you think, for example, these tax-free holiday for cloud services in data centers helps attract additional investment which wouldn't have come otherwise? And also these corridors that are being built, for example, on rare earths. Now, we're already trying to play catch up. Just the fact that you're making these moves now, will we be able to actually catch up in the effort that's being made?
See, if the government has been laying a lot of emphasis the last few months on supply chain de-risking. And yes, you can say one way of looking at it is to say that we are playing catch up, but it's about time we did. We've learned, and therefore the rare earth corridors and all the other policy initiatives announced will definitely go a long way towards helping us build towards the supply chain de-risking. The government has announced 100 products where they really this is part of that overall larger initiative. As Mukundan mentioned, we have to look at this budget holistically. Steps taken in one area help across, whether it's, for example, manufacturing. Unless you help the MSME, who is a vital part of the supply chain, only then is the overall manufacturing output going to increase. And it also goes towards many of these companies that are producing today products which are heavily import dependent. So we have to look at the whole thing in totality.
But let me add a bit to this rare earth question which you said, because it's very dear to many of us. If you look at what is holding us back into the next stage of development is the dependency on China. But many of these places where rare earth is found is also the area which you need to protect the environment. If you look at the sands of the beaches of Kerala, you cannot spoil them at the same time say I'll extract. So I think that's why the challenge mode which he spoke about to set this up is going to be not just about who can extract that very cost effectively. It is going to be how are you going to preserve environment.
Sure.
So I think those elements will come. And I think it's the right time to start, because not just India, I think the entire world is looking at an alternate, one neighbor we have. And I think if we get the right support, we've just become the part of the Pax Silicana, if you look at it. All this ties in with the international moves we are making. So we need to give the fiscal support, which is also supported by the global good. And I think we need to move forward.
The budget also talks about new high-speed, that's bullet train rail corridors. Now, Mr. Banerjee, the first one between Mumbai and Surat isn't up and running yet, running horribly behind time. But what we're seeing very clearly is a doubling down. whether it is from Chennai to Bangalore, etc., all the other corridors being created, we're clearly doubling down. Should we have waited to see how the first one actually plays out before doubling down in this way?
No, I think, we need, we are a large country. The requirements are strong. Some of the projects they initially, if you really look at the first one and wants to see that as a pilot, sometimes we learn a lot of pluses and minuses from such projects. So I don't think that how fast or how slow the first one has been should be just the way we go forward. I think when we have seen many projects, when we have spread it across, many of them have taken on fast. It depends on the place. India is the states are all very different. The way things move in different places have been different. And I think that it's a great announcement. It's just not you've seen many corridors. You talked about the rail corridors. Now we are going to use the waterways. And I think these are essential ways of seeing how just not goods and people are transported, but these are really going to add to our cost of doing business in terms of really making us competitive and seeing logistics in the country improve. It is moving. Many parts have moved. You've taken an example where it might not have moved in the manner in which we expect, but then many have moved very fast, and this has really led to the type of growth that we have seen. Very
They're clearly
solid
doubling
growth.
down. Mr. Sitharaman wants to make a point.
Yeah. Because, on rail, since you raised the point of rail, I'll again like to come back to this issue of holistic, because, the best rail technology is in Europe. And I think this whole partnership...
Not China, not Japan?
No, definitely. It's, Japan has bullet trains, that's fine. But if you look at the holistic, the signaling, the way the trains are made, the way the coaches are made, and I think this whole India-EU free trade agreement has laid a platform for collaboration. It has laid a platform for partnership. And you will actually see that to many of the infrastructure projects, the technology, the grassroots technology, this component manufacturing, this agreement will support achieving the goal. So we have to look at the totality of it all.
So, Rahul, just to add, I wanted to bring a completely different element to this rail transport piece and the coastal transport. I look at it more from green perspective. If you look at one of the things we track in the company is the railroad ratio. More we transport by rail, the less is the carbon intensity, less is the cost. So I think
by the way, if I may interrupt you, first of all, Rahul, just to put the record straight, along with the Shinkansen doing the present track, as part of the original plan was to have this corridor. That is to say, the Bangalore-Chennai. It was part of the original framework of the Shinkansen connectivity. Now, where I want to make a comment on your suggestion is that the basic feature, which is environmentally very debilitating, is for 30 years we have ducked the basic question of passenger freight cross-subsidy. The stuff which is supposed to go by train is going by road. Stuff which is supposed to go by rail, namely passengers, are going by train. When will we come to a state when this distortionary cross-subsidy, which is environmentally very debilitating, can be ironed out?
The budget talks a lot about ease of living, ease of doing business. Does it go far enough to actually, Mr. Mukundan, make a material impact on these two fronts? Ease of living for citizens, taxpayers, ease of doing business for companies, particularly the MSMEs that the budget lays a lot of emphasis on?
So in terms of ease of living, we've been highlighting India is going to urbanize. We have to recognize this fact. People are moving into cities. This whole point about city economic region, which is CER, which is another term which is for urbanization, because we want to give it a new brand name, because something has to succeed in a format which we want it to succeed. I think coupled that with the municipal bond, which is 100 crore and 1,000 crore, I think it's a game changer for some of these elements. I think we've got to make our urban centers much more resilient, much more robust, much more modern. I think there's a technology element also she spoke about in our urbanization framework. There's also an element which in terms of MSME you spoke about, how do we sort of make the ease of doing business better. One of the things we highlighted in this budget is the linkage with the external sector. So the key focus on customs, custom clearance, the speed of clearance, digitizing entire custom clearance is going to actually make the life easy for exporters as well as for importers. Because if you want to be a big export economy, you also need to open up for imports, because some of the components you may not make, you need to bring here, assemble and send them abroad. So I think we got to look at how do we make logistics more competitive, the paperwork which goes with logistics also more easy and efficient to do.
Okay, Mr. Banerjee, one of the reasons that the budget is coming from criticism from some quarters is the absence of a framework on what the next step of reforms will look like. We know for a fact that there are several committees within the government, like the Rajiv Gauba committee, which are working on deregulation. Would it have been a good idea for the finance minister to lay the vision on what citizens, policymakers, people in the markets and elsewhere should expect from here on?
Two broad points on that. I think the budget lays down the fact that the way we are going, there is a focus that there is a focus going forward on trust. I think when Mukund spoke about ease of living and ease of taxation and the type of space being given to, some of the things that we have seen in the tax front, say for instance, the penal provisions have been sort of modified. We are seeing more and more emphasis towards trust, and I think that's going to be taken forward. So the reforms, the type of reforms, trust-based reforms, the space to the private sector, all of it, I think going forward that private sector is going to create wealth, private sector is going to create employment, is all very well focused. The second part of it is I see a lot being focused upon, and as we move forward, is on how we are going to encourage, say, for instance, technology, indigenization of technology, the focus on research, the focus on long-term. And you talk about long-term, the long-term need for us to move into a much more research orientation and look at future of technologies. I think it talks really about future of green, future of technology, future of skilling, the way we will move ahead on future of employment, future of healthcare. So I see a path going forward very strongly.
The economic survey referred a lot to the global headwinds that we face, the uncertainty at the macroeconomic level. The budget is quite quiet on them. I mean, they're doing what they have to without necessarily referencing what's happening outside just the budget papers. For companies and businessmen like yours, are those uncertainties now baked into your investment decisions, or do you think they still loom over the investment horizon?
First, from a budget standpoint, I think the budget is very strong when it comes to looking at becoming self-sufficient, to becoming resilient, to becoming Atmanirbhar. And I think those are the elements that the budget captured well. The economic survey, of course, like you said, spoke about the geopolitical uncertainties, and that is the reality of the world that we today live in. So we have to work to become resilient in our businesses, to make our supply chains resilient of global uncertainties, but at the same time also continue to become globally competitive. And that's the plan that we have built into all of our business plans.
One way of looking at it, NK Singh, is that she's left the noise on the side and just focused on the signal. The other way is that the noise that's happening outside is very material to the signal that you're sending, and on that she's failed in not sending any signal about what she's making of all this uncertainty. How would you read this?
Well, very frankly, I think that, Rahul, that reforms is a very ongoing process.
Sure.
There is no departure, there is no arrival. Take a normal thing, the reform of the fiscal consolidation roadmap. It's an ongoing process. You don't achieve fiscal consolidation in a short term. You don't bring down debt to GDP, considering the stock of debt being so high, in a jiffy. It's a long-term story. As long as there's no reversal to that long-term story. Question of how credibly you reach the end game. That's one. The second is that the budget itself embeds a huge lot of reform path. Just two examples very quickly. First of all, entering an era of not jobless growth, but you would have noticed that the budget for the first time increased the threshold of our potential growth from historical 6.5, or for some years 6.5, to now a threshold of 7%. This 7% is supported with jobs. So we are really taking decisive steps, jobs emanating out of tourism, jobs emanating out of health and healthcare facilities, making India an important health tourism destination. The job creation potential, we know that the employment, capital employment coefficient of tourism is perhaps the maximum. Focusing directly on the job potential emanating from the tourism and from the services sector, then the decisive moves of linking this up with skilling, and skilling which enables you to move towards a part of the global value-added chain. These are very, very important.
But Mr. Sitharaman, a lot of this
and I totally agree.
is based on the hope that this manufacturing will lead to the creation of new jobs. We're already seeing with humanoids, with robotics, and the cost of these coming down in the way that it is, and more likely over the next 2 or 3 years, that even if new manufacturing facilities get set up, the prospects of humanoids and robotics being used very heavily, which means there may be some job creation, but not at the scale at which a country like India requires.
Well, one still has to look at the relative cost. I feel that it will not be 3 years, what you just mentioned. The second is that the only way to go about it further is also look at the intelligent jobs which get created, and second is grow manufacturing even faster. You go to a town like Coimbatore, for example, and you walk around, you go to the different MSME and SME units. They're expanding at a frenetic pace, and new jobs are getting added. It's fantastic both to see the spirit of entrepreneurship. We were talking about the shackles getting off first in minds, and second, actually the bolts and nuts getting on the ground.
No, but you're saying it will take more than 3 minutes? I'm not 100% sure, Mr. Banerjee, and I'll tell you why. That with the kind of advancements that we're seeing, and Davos was full of several of those advancements, the adoption might be much faster than what we're anticipating at the moment, creating the prospect that you may have more manufacturing, but not necessarily incremental job creation.
I want to put in two pillars. One, for technology, manufacturing, AI, that's different, that's required, that's necessary. But where will jobs come from?
Sure.
Jobs are going to come from the mid-sized companies, the small companies. They will also be digitally transformed. But if you really look at the way the textile, skilling project has been talked about, Skilling 2.0 on textiles, is very well framed for the future-ready workforce for textiles. Very job-oriented sector. Similarly, when we look at areas like tourism, where the usage of manpower, which will lead to, I'm talking about the services sector, where jobs will be essential, has been well laid out through the skilling program. So, future-ready manpower for the type of, labor-intensive sectors are going to be critical, and manufacturing plays a role for the small and the mid-sized companies from where jobs are really going to come from. And there are several sectors in the manufacturing space which are job-oriented for the mid-sized and the small companies.
The budget also talks a lot about trying to build skills in AI. And the fact that a lot of emphasis has been made through Minister Vaishnav and the others about trying to build a use case, application use case base in India. Shashwat, as somebody who's tracking a lot of these frontier technologies, how do you see that play out in this fiscal and then beyond?
The underlying theme around AI was that technology is going to become an enabler across everything that the finance minister spoke about, right? And so whether it is setting up institutes, whether it is setting up the university townships that we spoke about, whether it's about higher education, STEM education that the finance minister spoke about, all of this is going to have an underlying AI element to it, right? And technology is going to become that force multiplier for the economy going forward. So I think, in reality, going beyond the budget as well, there is, AI adoption is the only way to kind of grow at exponential speeds. And today we have the demographic power to grow at that speed. And today, like was said earlier as well, the world is looking for a China +1, and India could be positioned very well if we were to harness
The
AI
economic
on
survey speaks of a 6.8 to 7.2 range of growth for the next fiscal versus 7.4 for this year. Mr. Banerjee, final words before we end. At this moment, are we heading towards the upper range of that range or the lower part of that range?
I think we are poised for a higher trajectory of growth, what we are not probably covered now is the effect of all of it happening over a period of time in the next 2 or 3 years. All of what we have seen in the budget, the FTAs, the demand factors that open up, the investment that comes into India, the export potential of it. If you add or the sigma, all of this is really makes us poised for a. I am optimistic that it is going to be a 7+% growth.
Also, the good thing is, I think Anand Nageshwaran and his team, as also the finance minister, so conservative in their target setting that rather than taking big aggressive numbers, they keep it conservative and like to surprise on the upside, which is a good way of doing it. It reminds me of people who want to talk less and deliver more. Especially given everything that's beyond their control, that's not necessarily a bad approach towards setting these growth numbers. So thank you very much for joining us. It's been a pleasure having you. We'll slip into a break. We'll have a lot more for you on our continuing coverage of the budget for fiscal year 27. Stay with us.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
expert advice, the latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decisions. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your Automate. Across the country.
He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else. Only on NDTV network.
Straight from the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. Live from the NDTV newsroom, weekdays at 4 p.m.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
Front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live. Unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Centre.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France. In Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind. I pause. I reflect. I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
A very special moment for us as we announce NDTV Masterstroke, the NDTV Art Awards.
M3M presents NDTV Masterstroke Art Awards. An odyssey of creative brilliance where the masterpiece meets its ultimate recognition.
NDTV bringing this subject forward would have a great integrity of putting it forward where people could understand the importance of art.
This award that is being started, I'm sure is going to be amazing.
Art for India and for Indians is an expression of our Atmanirbharta.
It's actually quite a formidable jury, so I think we'll reveal a lot more as we go along.
This is an amazing platform, I think, today what you're doing.
I have always had this inclination towards art, and if we don't collaborate and bring those artists forward, give them a platform, who else will?
Honoring the masters who define our cultural landscape, M3M presents NDTV Masterstroke Art Awards on the NDTV network.
21 days in Kashmir. People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered list of things I saw and observed on the ground. Very special ground report from the line of control. There were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling. They are now India's smallest, but possibly the most powerful crime family. Cough syrup has killed.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's 9th consecutive budget, where the focus was on building on India's Goldilocks moments, the correct economic fundamentals leading towards the larger growth roadmap. I'm Gauri Dwivedi. You're watching NDTV's rolling coverage of Budget 2026. Let me get you the big headlines that we are getting for you this hour. First up, Budget 2026 puts AI jobs in focus as Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman targets services-led growth. New panel to be constituted to review the impact of AI on services sector. Defence sector gets a major push. Capital outlay up by almost 22% to 2.19 lakh crore rupees. Total defence budget at upwards of 7.8 lakh crore rupees. Biggest jump from 48,000 crores to 63,000 crore rupees in aircraft and aero engines. Prime Minister Modi hails Budget 2026, calls it futuristic, says the budget this year is setting a roadmap for Viksit Bharat 2047, a developed country by 2047. Equity markets gave a big thumbs down to Budget 2026. Both Sensex and Nifty were in deep red after budget announcements, primarily on account of hike in the STT for FNO, besides the expectation of a capital gains tax cut, which didn't happen. Politics speaks over Budget 2026. Leader of opposition in Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, slams the budget, says there's nothing in it to placate the looming global shocks, even as Trinamool chief Mamata Banerjee calls budget a garbage of lies. Almost 90 minutes. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's speech this year, her 9th consecutive as Finance Minister, where she presented Union Budget today. The focus this time was clearly on Viksit Bharat 2047, essentially a goal to make India a developed country at the 100th anniversary of its creation. In some of the key announcements that were outlined by the Finance Minister today, it said that the record capital expenditure laid out at 12.2 lakh crore rupees could be the big game changer. Effective capex now is at about 4.4% of the budget. There was also a lot of focus on boosting semiconductors with the Semicon 2.0 scheme being announced. Manufacturing was the other big thrust area in this speech today with an allocation of 40,000 crore rupees. There's also tax holidays for firms setting up data centers in India till 2047, the longest tax holiday that anyone has in fact seen. In terms of AI preparedness, the budget also allocated for a special AI tool for farmers. Prime Minister Modi hailed the budget, calling it a boost to India's Viksit Bharat journey, and added that it gives a new reform express, a fresh impetus, a fresh push, something that the Prime Minister had mentioned. Take a look at some of the snippets of the Finance Minister's speech.
Public capital expenditure has increased manifold from 2 lakh crore in 2014-15 to an allocation of 11.2 lakh crore in BE 25-26. In this coming year, that is financial year 2026-27, I propose to increase it to 12.2 lakh crores to continue the momentum. To strengthen the confidence of private developers, India's semiconductor mission 1.0 expanded India's semiconductor sector capabilities. Building on this, we will launch ISM 2.0 to produce equipment and materials, design full-stack Indian IP, and fortify supply chains. We will also focus on industry-led research and training centers to develop technology and skilled workforce. The Electronics Components Manufacturing Scheme, launched in April 2025 with an outlay of 22,919 crores, already has investment commitments at double the targets. We propose to increase the outlay to 40,000 crores to capitalize on this momentum. A scheme for rare earth permanent magnets was launched in 2025 November. We now propose to support the mineral-rich states of Odisha, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu to establish dedicated rare earth corridors to promote mining, processing, research and manufacturing. Attracting global business and investment. Recognizing the need to enable critical infrastructure and boost investment in data centers, I propose to provide tax holiday till 2047 to any foreign company that provides cloud services to customers globally by using data center services from India. It will, however, need to provide services to Indian customers through an Indian reseller entity. I also propose to provide a safe harbor of 15% on cost in case the company providing data center services from India is a related entity.
Prime Minister hailed the budget, also spoke about the Yuva Shakti being a key backbone and a key feature of the budget this year. Listen in to what the Prime Minister said.
इस बजट में मेक इन इंडिया और आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियान को नई रफ्तार के लिए महत्वाकांक्षी रोड मैप प्रस्तुत किया गया है। इस बजट में नई उभरती इंडस्ट्रीज यानी सनराइज सेक्टर्स को जिस मजबूती के साथ समर्थन दिया गया है वह अभूतपूर्व है। बायोफार्मा शक्ति मिशन, Semiconductor Mission 2.0, Electronic Component Manufacturing Scheme, रेयर अर्थ कॉरिडोर का निर्माण, क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स पर बल, टेक्सटाइल सेक्टर में नई स्कीम, हाईटेक टूल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को बढ़ावा, चैंपियन एमएसएमईज तैयार करना, ये फ्यूचरिस्टिक है, देश की वर्तमान और भविष्य की आवश्यकताओं का ध्यान रखती है। एमएसएमईज को, हमारे लघु और कुटीर उद्योगों को जो समर्थन इस बजट में मिला है, वो उन्हें लोकल से ग्लोबल बनने की नई ताकत देगा। जो पाथ ब्रेकिंग रिफॉर्म्स किए गए हैं, वो एस्पिरेशन से भरे हुए भारत के साहसिक, टैलेंटेड युवाओं को उड़ने के लिए खुला आसमान देते हैं। ये बजट ट्रस्ट बेस्ड गवर्नेंस और ह्यूमन सेंट्रिक अर्थरचना के विजन को साकार करता है।
All right, listen in to some other reactions coming in from the government, including that of Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal. Remember, this is the first budget that's come in after the Trump tariffs were imposed on India of over 50%. The impact of that and India's larger roadmap to take that forward is something that Piyush Goyal, Commerce Minister, mentioned. Listen in.
ये फ्यूचर रेडी भारत का बजट है। ये बजट हम सबको प्रेरित करता है कैसे बहुमुखी रिफॉर्म्स के साथ, और आपने तो देखा ही है कि स्वतंत्रता दिवस के बाद किस तेजी से रिफॉर्म एक्सप्रेस भारत में आगे बढ़ते जा रही है। चाहे वो जीएसटी को सिंप्लीफाई करना हो, चाहे लेबर कोड्स को नोटिफाई करना हो, डीक्रिमिनलाइज करना हो कानूनों को। 350 से अधिक रिफॉर्म इतने छोटे समय में हुए। और आज का जो बजट है ये इतने व्यापक तौर पे लोगों को प्रेरित करता है।
देखिए, एक ऐतिहासिक बजट होगा और विकसित भारत का एक रिफॉर्म एक्सप्रेस, प्राइम मिनिस्टर का रिफॉर्म एक्सप्रेस बहुत तेजी से आगे बढ़ेगा। और भारत का बजट को आज के दिन में विश्व देखता है, पूरा देखता है कि भारत का बजट में क्या होगा। तो सब हम लोग अच्छा से उम्मीद के साथ आज बजट सुनेंगे।
Union Minister for Communication and Donor, Mr. Jyotiraditya Scindia. So how do you see this time budget? Is it Atmanirbhar? Is it self-reliant for youth, for women?
It's a forward-looking budget, a budget that has been crafted by the Prime Minister, the Finance Minister, by the youth of India. As you heard, it's the Viksit Youth dialogue that has led to many points in this budget, and where on the one hand it cements the path of India over the last 12 years, a path to huge economic growth at 7.4%, a path to control on the menace of inflation at 1.7%, a path of ensuring fiscal profligacy by controlling fiscal deficit at 4.4%. Next year's target is 4.3%. At the same time, unleashing animal spirits by capex expenditure of close to 11.2 lakh crore. Next year's target is 12 lakh crore from a low of 2 lakh crore from 24-14-15. I must thank the Finance Minister for two aspects. One, charting the course for the future, the concentration on the orange economy, audiovisual, gaming, other sectors, semiconductors, AI, tourism, rapid urbanization in India. Along with that, the focus on the Northeast. The fact that we have 5 Buddhist tourist routes that have been planned out, which was submitted by our ministry. Along with that, the urbanization focus with 4,000 e-buses, the concentration on setting up health and education centers. So all in all, a very robust budget, a budget that cements our journey and sets the path for the future of India towards Viksit Bharat 2047.
How do you see the capital expenditure and also the initiative to control the fiscal deficit?
Both very important. Where on the one hand, you're looking at not revenue expenditure but capital expenditure. What that means is that every rupee invested will give you multiple gains in the future by that capex. And from a low of 2 lakh crores, you're now focusing on 12 lakh crores. That means 6 times in the last 12 years. That's a huge impetus that has been given to that sector. And at the same time, the control on fiscal deficit, because it's important to be able to manage your finances both from a revenue perspective and a fiscal perspective. And the 4.5% target that had been set for 25-26 has been met by achieving 4.4%, and next year we will achieve 4.3%.
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का कर्तव्य भवन में बना हुआ कर्तव्य पथ पे चलने वाला ये बजट का मैं पूरा स्वागत करता हूँ। जिस प्रकार से माननीय निर्मला सीतारमण जी ने लगातार 9वीं बार अपना बजट रखा है, ये भारत सरकार की पॉलिसी सस्टेनेबिलिटी और गुड गवर्नेंस का प्रतीक है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो विश्वास जनता के बीच में है, उसको ये बजट पूरी तरह से दर्शाता है। हम लोगों ने देखा कि किस प्रकार से माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का सबका साथ सबके विकास के जो मूल मंत्र हैं, वो इस बजट के पूरे विस्तार में दिखता है। साथ ही साथ विकसित भारत 2047 के बनाने का जो सपना माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने देखा है, उसके लिए भी ये संकल्प से सिद्धि वाला बजट है।
Reactions coming in on Union Budget 2026. Leader of opposition in Lok Sabha, Congress leader Rahul Gandhi has hit out at the BJP government over the budget this year. He said that this is youth without jobs, falling manufacturing, investors pulling out capital, household savings are plummeting, farmers in distress, looming global shocks, all ignored. A budget that refuses course correction and blind to India's real crisis. This is what Rahul Gandhi has put out in his critique of the budget. In fact, let's listen in to what exactly the Congress leader said there.
लेकिन सर अभी पार्लियामेंट को यूज करेंगे। लेकिन सर अभी पार्लियामेंट को यूज करेंगे।
From the FM, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has hit back on this critique that's come in from the Congress leader. She said that the fundamentals of the economy remain strong, and that has come out even in the economic survey. She said that if you want to criticize me politically, you can do so. But when it comes to facts, you cannot do so, simply because what Rahul Gandhi, essentially what Nirmala Sitharaman is saying, is that the Congress leader is just on a rant and has no facts backing him. In fact, let's play out exactly the rebuttal of the Finance Minister.
With due respects, I don't know what course correction he is referring to. Economy and its fundamentals are strong. Global uncertainty is facing many of our sectors, for whom we have brought in so many different schemes for those small and medium enterprises. And with all this, the fundamentals of the economy remain strong. And that has come out even in the economic survey. So, well, politically you want to criticize, you're welcome, please do it. But if you want to give me the facts on which you're basing your argument, I'm willing to hear and willing to reply to that.
In fact, as far as the budget is concerned, it's triggered a huge political row. Shortly after the finance minister presented her budget, opposition leaders jumped into the fray to attack the centre over this year's budget. Leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi slammed the budget, calling it one that was blind to people's problems. Flagging issues like unemployment, farm distress, depleting household savings, Rahul Gandhi went on to say that this is a budget that did not provide any concrete solutions. We played out the rebuttal also from the government to exactly what Rahul Gandhi said, but it's not just the Congress. There are others also who've come out and hit out at the budget this year. Congress MP Shashi Tharoor, who recently patched up with Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge, also slammed the budget, saying that the budget did not meet the expectations for poll-bound Kerala and lacked mentions as far as employment is concerned. A similar attack was also launched by SP Chief Akhilesh Yadav, who said that this is a budget that was beyond the people's comprehension. Priyanka Chaturvedi of the UBT faction of the Shiva Sena also slammed the budget, saying that this was actually something that missed going over key aspects like the impact of tariffs. TMC MP Abhishek Banerjee also hit out, calling the budget baseless with no mentions of West Bengal. And that's really, viewers, the big catch-22. This is a budget where full marks need to be given to the finance minister for not resorting to any freebies, even when there are 5 state elections that are lined up. She didn't resort to any of those political freebies, and listen in to the statements that came in from some of these opposition leaders. Listen in.
मोदी सरकार के पास अब नई आइडिया खत्म हो गई है। ये बजट भारत की कहीं अधिक आर्थिक, सामाजिक और राजनीतिक चुनौतियों के लिए एक सवाल होके बैठा है और खास करके ये बजट गरीब तबके के लिए इसमें कुछ नहीं है। इन्फ्लेशन कंट्रोल करने के लिए भी इनका कोई समाधान, सकारात्मक कोई सलाह या कोई कदम उन्होंने नहीं दिखाया।
मैं कहूँगी डिसअपॉइंटिंग बजट है। उस समय पे जब देश को सबसे ज्यादा दिशा और दशा की जरूरत थी, उस समय पे ये बजट ने हमें डिसअपॉइंट किया है। निफ्टी से लेकर बॉम्बे स्टॉक एक्सचेंज में सारे सेक्टर्स लाल में हैं, तो दिखा सकता है कि जो उनकी अपेक्षा थी उसके अनुसार नहीं हुआ है ये बजट। साथ ही साथ considering the turbulent times we live in, we were hoping for more substantial policy to overcome these challenges. वो भी नहीं दिखा है।
इस 5100 सेकंड में बंगाल का एक बार नाम तक नहीं लिया गया, एक बार भी, मतलब बंगाल मेंशन ही नहीं किया गया। और बंगाल छोड़ दीजिए, जितना भी कम्युनिटीज़ है, चाहे फार्मर हो या देश के युवा हो, किसी के लिए कॉन्क्रीट जो सरकार आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, स्किल इंडिया, टेक्नोलॉजिकल एडवांसमेंट का बात करता है, युवकों को रोज़गार कैसे मिलेगा, एम्प्लॉयमेंट कैसे क्रिएट होगा या किस दिशा में एम्प्लॉयमेंट क्रिएट हो सकता है, उसको लेके कॉन्क्रीट कोई चर्चा नहीं है, कोई मेंशन नहीं है इस बजट में। फार्मर्स के लिए कोई फिनेंशियल सिक्योरिटी या इनकम स्टेबलाइज करने का कोई तरीका ताकि किसानों का कुछ मदद मिले, उसका कोई तरीका नहीं है। और कोई भी कम्युनिटी के लिए कोई यहाँ पे सोल्यूशन नहीं है, कोई समाधान नहीं है।
All right, more news coming in, more political reactions coming in, this time from the DMK, which has said that it's not a favor that they are asking, it's their right to a voice. Essentially, the Tamil Nadu government is saying, the DMK is saying that every year Tamil Nadu pays billions of rupees in taxes, yet all it gets in the budget are mere crumbs, ignoring everything from Coimbatore to the Madurai metro to student education funds is an act of disrespect to people of Tamil Nadu. Remember, earlier in the day, you had the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister saying that states should actually get 50% of the finances, even as the Finance Commission has mentioned 41%, something that the union government has stuck to. But this is the latest political reaction that you're getting from the Tamil Nadu government, the DMK, again another poll-bound state, where the DMK says that people of Tamil Nadu and the state of Tamil Nadu is not getting its due. All right, this is the latest update that we are getting. Remember, earlier in the day, you had the DMK and you had the Tamil Nadu government saying that the central government should actually allocate more revenue to the states to the tune of 50%, something that, of course, even the Finance Commission did not mention. And this right now is a follow-up to those reactions that came in earlier. All right, we have Rishi Shah, who's an economist at the Grant Thornton. We have Dr. Nishant S. Mehta, who's a chartered accountant and global wealth and tax strategist, managing partner of Nishant S. Mehta Company. We have Sana Afri, founder and CEO of Beyond the Loop. Ashutosh Nath, who's a CA at Tradewin, Shantanu Sen Gupta, banking and finance expert, and former HSBC Amro Bank. So you can see it's a powerful lineup, and completing that lineup is Anshuman Magazine, a chairman and CEO of CBRE. Thanks so much, all of you, for taking out the time and joining me. In fact, Mr. Anshuman, let me start this with you. While, of course, we've had some time to now dissect and also get more details as far as what the budget said. You had the finance minister also complete her press conference, where she said that this is essentially a budget that takes the government and takes the larger roadmap towards Viksit Bharat 2047. Your reaction? Anshuman Magazine, is my voice reaching you? All right, we'll fix that in just a bit. Rishi Shah, why don't you take that question? The fact that the FM said that this is essentially the roadmap for Viksit Bharat 2047. Anything in the budget data that you've been able to identify since the budget speech ended that you want to now focus on?
I think the whole budget is about 2047 and for delayed gratification. One of the interesting points that the economic survey had made that, we should work towards delayed gratification and work on our fundamentals. And that's what the budget has fundamentally delivered. The last year was all about, reforms on the demand side, wherein you gave a push to income tax, exemption limits. You actually brought down prices via the GST reforms. Now, this year is on the supply side of things, wherein you want to build up your infrastructure, your capital goods sector, your MSMEs, bring in new technologies. So I think it's a very well-made budget. It's actually not populist in any way. And it's looking at a scenario wherein there are uncertainties, but you're still trying to prepare the fundamental, levels of growth that will actually push you ahead for the longer period of time.
Of course, the budget has a long-term view in terms of where do you take the economy, where do you take the country in terms of the aspirations towards 10 trillion, 15 trillion, 30 trillion. But in terms of the nitty-gritties, there are four very important aspects. I think that needs to be identified. Nishant Mehta, let me start with you, which is around the expectation that last year was the year when there were massive tax breaks that came in for the individuals. This year, the focus has been more in terms of the IT services, more in terms of streamlining, ensuring that the regulatory issues that really overpowered the individual individual taxpayers weren't the case. So you need to unmute yourself. Sir, you are on mute. Please unmute yourself, sir.
Okay, hi. So I believe this time the budget is not about giveaways. It is more about flexing the plumbing tax laws, compliances, capital allocation, and reporting. It is a quiet reset and not a headline budget. The last time it was all about giving away the relief and all that. But this time the new tax regime is coming in place from 1/4/2026. So it's a reset and it is not a headline budget. So you won't have too much of tax benefit. But whatever is there is a great budget. I will personally feel it is not about an instant applaud. It is about reducing friction in the system, more compliances, and more tax-free and ease of living. And that's the
I'll tell you what this is, Mr. Mehta. I'm going to slip into a break, but I want all of you to stay with us because our viewers want to know exactly what that fine print of the budget is. We heard the speech. It's now time to decode some of that fine print, most of which, of course, centers around, like our viewers watching this, that when you go and pay your taxes, that now you have a freedom to extend it. There will not be any of those massive clampdowns that were there earlier. And that relaxation is actually a very important message. We're going to dwell on this further. A quick break.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying। सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो हनी सिंगर। लेकिन फिर ब्लॉकबस्टर कहानी में आया एक ट्विस्ट, 7वें आसमान से सीधा गिरा मैं जमीन पर। फिर क्या, खुद पे काम दोबारा शुरू, फैंस ने फिर प्यार दिखाया, फिर स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बनाया। है ना मेरी जिंदगी एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म। शुक्रिया आपकी प्रेयर्स का और आपके प्यार का। कॉन्सर्ट्स तो आपने बहुत देखे होंगे, बट दिस इज गोना बी कॉन्सर्ट ऑफ अ लाइफटाइम, क्योंकि मेरे फैंस ही हैं मेरी विक्ट्री, मेरी हिस्ट्री, मेरी ग्लोरी। सो कम एंड विटनेस Yo Honey Singh, this is my story।
The NDTV Golf Pro-Am, in partnership with PGTI, comes to you from the heart of South Mumbai at the historic Willingdon Sports Club. The city's classic layout provides the ideal canvas as India's finest golfers share the fairways with the country's top corporate leaders, Mumbai style. Watch at these heights.
NDTV 24/7, total domination in Davos. The world's biggest voices first. Iconic visionary Bill Gates. World Bank President Ajay Banga. IMF Chief Kristalina Georgieva. IBM CEO and President Arvind Krishna. India's AI Minister Ashwini Vaishnav. NDTV is India's voice in the world. First interview with Maharashtra Chief Minister. First interview with Andhra Chief Minister. First interview with Assam Chief Minister. India's first ground event in Davos. NDTV puts India on the global stage. Davos, domination, no debate.
को यहाँ से जाना ही होगा।
There is no bigger battle in 2026. And nobody has reported Bengal like I have. Buckle up for an unforgettable election thriller. Will the BJP breach Mamta's fortress?
टीएमसी जावे, बीजेपी आसमे।
Can Didi fight off her life's biggest challenge?
BJP double engine সরকার এই লড়াই বাঁচতে হবে।
Battleground Bengal with Manogya Loiwal.
Mumbai are bringing our first India tour in your city. Rag on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets on Live Your City by Fever.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
right, team, our new auto show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
Expert advice, the latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decisions. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide, and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma, and I am your automate.
Across the country, he has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else. Only on NDTV network.
Straight from the heart of the newsroom to the core. All right, Anshuman Magazine of the CBRE with us on the broadcast. There are two aspects that I want to focus on. Anshuman, to you first, which is around the fact that when you talk about capex, when you talk about the 12.2 lakh crore, you talk about the real estate sector, the expectation is that it kickstarts and starts the larger cycle of investment and growth in the country. Your thoughts on the capex investment, and more importantly, anything in the fine print of the budget that you've identified specifically for the real estate sector?
Yeah, absolutely. Any investment going to infrastructure has a multiplier impact. The budget talked about revival of tier 2, tier 3 cities, towns. That'll make a big difference when the money really goes in there. The entire connectivity of waterways, freight corridors, highways, that's going to make a big difference. There's a risk fund which was announced for developers of infrastructure. I think once we know the details, that could be helpful. But one key and a major announcement, I don't think it has been fully understood. The impact of it is the REIT and InvIT structure for CP SC assets, which really means that the central government's assets can be now monetized under a REIT and InvIT structure. So can you imagine that if you look at Government of India, state governments, central government agencies, PSUs, they're sitting on huge, they're the biggest owners of
land
real
banks.
estate.
They have lakhs of crores of land banks.
Not only land banks, but buildings, offices, warehouses, huge real estate across, be it office, be it industrial. And if those can be monetized and move from a non-productive or they say use right now to productive, it's going to unleash. And if this model works, it can be used for across India and government thing. And I think that will be a huge needle mover. And especially now, mutual funds will start soon, will be allowed to invest in REIT and InvITs like a equity. So even a lot of the mutual fund money.
Putting it very simply for our viewers, that tapping another possible funding avenue with the REITs that the budget really offers here. How much of that is going to happen in the next financial year? We're going to come back and touch on that. And also on the big banking sector. Shantanu, I'm going to touch upon that as well as to, how do you make Indian banking sector future ready or shock proof really, as that is what the big aspiration is. A quick break, we return with that.
I don't sugarcoat